Greetings and salutations. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Gamer's Ledge. I am one of the players in tonight's sessions, Mark, but let's turn it over to our DM, John. Hi, John.
Hey, everybody. Hi, so happy to be here. And I think this is the beginning of Season 2, yes?
It is.
We're calling this Season 2. Welcome to Season 2. My goodness, what a finale I think Season 1 was. The dramatic departure of Z-Teach and the introduction of Z-Teach. What an amazing end and a cliffhanger. There is Orist standing at the entrance of a tent looking at somebody he's been trying to shoot for a long time. And that's where we ended it. But, hey, it's not just Mark. It's not just me. I want to say welcome to Daniel.
Hey, how's it going?
Say hello to Chris.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Glad to be here again.
No, sir. Unacceptable. Daniel, you speak again.
I'm not going to wear a goatee.
You made the goatee to be wearing on this broadcast.
I made the goatee for the reveal. I actually grew out my facial hair. Can you tell?
Yeah,
I think you're going to go
there.
I think you're going to need to go get the cardboard.
I think we're good. We don't need cardboard. All right. Well, with that, guys, that's
You
where
can do
we
something
are.
like this.
I'm not even sure where you got that.
It's in the Zoom. Oh my god, how did I even get to this? It was in the Zoom settings.
Okay, you do you. I'll look. Go ahead, John.
Wow, that's a heck of a deal. Alrighty then. So, it's all right. That's kind of disturbing. All right. So, well, there you are. Daniel's sitting, or Z-Teach is sitting in a tent, staring up at, well, there you go, staring up at Orist. And, yeah, that's disturbing. I'll try to pretend I don't see it. And there you go. So, Orist, Z-Teach, and Sveta, I think you're there too. I'm going to leave it to you guys. What's going on?
Do you think you could untie me? These have been getting very uncomfortable.
I shoot him.
And that's the end of Z-Teach's character.
That's what I told him beforehand. I'm like, I'm going to kill him. I hope you have a third character made up.
You frustrated John so much you just left.
That's awesome.
Actually, Mark, can you mute me?
Can I mute you? No.
Oh, never mind. I got it. There we go. That should do it.
Daniel, is that you?
The barking?
No, the blowing onto the mic. It might not be.
No. That's not what I want.
Wow, you blew so hard, John, like, got blown off camera. Bella, thanks for the heart. You're a rock star. 13-0, thank you for the heart. What?
What is going on?
I don't know.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
John left to watch an episode of Lost. He'll be back in a little bit.
An episode of Lost in Ukrainian, apparently.
I'm trying to put on the
Voshi de la. Siem Vosiem, comrade.
There we go. All right, I'm sorry.
That's not Ukrainian. That's Russian.
That is Russian.
Yes.
I was trying to put on the broadcasts to help the numbers, and I thought when I turned down the volume on my mic, you wouldn't hear me. But apparently you do.
No, it's easier to mute in Zoom than we can't hear you at all.
Yeah, well, I was already half day way down the stairs when I realized Irina's listening to a Russian exercise video.
Oh.
If I knew the Russian word for stretch, I would yell it forcefully.
Well, you're on mute, I hope. So, all right, guys. So, let's go back to, sorry about that. Let's go back to sitting in I think the last thing was, can somebody untie me?
Spasiba.
I will let the tarp close, and I will walk 5 feet away.
Have you already shot me?
No.
Okay.
I will let the tarp close. I will walk 5 feet away, and I will look at Sveta. And I will say, are you kidding me? This is all you.
I don't even know how to handle this situation.
Well, first and
Can I roll a notice check to see if I hear them talking outside? They only walked out like 5 feet.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
you don't need to roll.
Yeah.
You can totally.
You can hear this.
Hey guys, I think the next step is untying me.
You know, if I have to deal with him, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to shoot him until he stops moving, and then probably shoot him some more.
Things don't have to get that drastic.
I'm trying to remember what we know of his character. We've
So-
only seen him a couple times.
And he was running away both times.
And
Yeah.
and he's the one in charge of doing the experiments, and he's evil.
We think so, anyways.
We know so.
I just keep thinking Irina's downstairs seeing this on mute.
If you thought you had to explain role-playing to her before, now you have a new added layer.
See, that's why, for everybody who's listening to on mute, we do this, and then this, and then this, and then that, and then that.
It's outstanding.
That last one, by the way, is an advanced technique. It takes practice. Most people
It's
don't.
stuffing candy into a pinata.
So the first time I can play the Wayback Machine. The first time you ran into this university teach was in the freeze bunker.
Yeah. And I remember
Right.
seeing him running away at that, because he flew off in a ship at the end of that, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah. He took the elevator up. Oris followed him. Oris shot at the ship.
And I should also mention that he set the winter storm to detonate on the facility we were in.
Ooh, okay. Ooh.
He did?
I'm pretty sure that is.
I mean,
I thought we did. I thought it was set to go off, and we reprogrammed it to go off on the building we were in versus a town nearby.
you're right. Yeah, we did change it to be set on our building, but it was, or at least we think he set it to kill a town nearby, which is
Right.
is still evil.
It had been set to detonate on a town nearby. Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I misspoke. Yes. He's evil. That's the short answer.
Which is worse, trying to kill us or killing an entire town of innocent people?
All of this is in your heads, right? Or is this an argument?
Yes. No, this is all OOC.
Okay.
Because John was
Yeah.
doing the Wayback Machine.
Okay.
Right. And so, yeah, we're in the Wayback Machine. So,
Okay.
so,
Okay.
now, I'm trying to think of another time where you actually saw or communicated or had anything from him. And was that it?
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, he was the one that responded to my soliloquy to the Brotherhood Knights of the Domestic.
That is correct.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. I couldn't remember if that was him or.
And I believe he said something to the effect of, "We will crush you." I'm pretty sure that's something along.
I didn't think that happened.
This hole's looking pretty deep for you there, ZT.
Yeah,
Especially with all the stuff you're making up. Yeah.
I'm pulling up my notes because I really do think he was the one that responded to me. However, I don't remember what he said off the top of my head, but I think he did.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if that was him or if that was just some other no-name hooligan like No Face or something.
No, I'm pretty sure it was him, and that was. I think that was before we blew up the. That was when we attacked the small outpost to learn the location of the airship parking lot on the side of the mountain. But I don't think we've seen him since then.
Although I don't know if we should let ZT mulligan that part of the story to someone else if he doesn't want to play his character that way. I don't know.
No, that's fine. If that's what actually happened, then fine. That's just not how I'm remembering it.
I'm looking right now, Daniel. Hold on. I have weird things like Z-Teach found a bag of marbles. I have that in my notes, yet I can't easily find the things I want. You know, I do pride myself on being a good note taker, and there are times that even I wonder what the hell I was writing, because I have a note here that says, "We drink potion. We assume the three people." Oh, I see. That's when that's when we became the three people in the past.
Yeah.
I think that note is actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Okay, but without context, I was like, "What? We drink potion. We assume three people. What?" So all I have is I have my diatribe, and then I clearly stated my intentions to the organization's leader. We get a hologram of the ship. They send assassins to kill us. We captured one of the three assassins. We tie him and begin to question him.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and rewatch that episode, but
I thought maybe it's not. Maybe I'm missing.
Yeah, I don't think it was actually.
Okay, great. It wasn't.
We'll just retcon it one way or another and just definitively say that wasn't him, but it was just a generic Disciples of Destiny guy.
Got it. Okay.
Other stuff totally was. The other stuff we were talking about totally was ZT.
Yeah.
Sure, there's not a third Z-Teach out there somewhere.
Maybe.
Infinite dimensions.
And maybe he's worse than this one.
Well, I mean, the other Z Teach that went home to his home plane definitely is now.
I-
Unless this Z-Teach ate that Z-Teach to gain his power.
John, does
Even
it
an
look like
evil
this
timeline's
Z
got to have an evil timeline.
Does this Z Teach look like he has twice the body mass of the previous Z Teach?
No.
Okay,
No.
then I do not hold credo to your eating Z Teach.
Fritos.
All right, so yes, so we are talking loudly, specifically so you can over here. Last thing you said in character is it doesn't have to escalate to that point.
Yes.
Why should we trust him, Sveta? Seriously, why should we?
You
trust him?
shouldn't.
I don't think we should. I think we have to talk to him and
You shouldn't trust me. I've done nothing to prove that you should trust me. But you also shouldn't kill me.
why shouldn't we?
If only because I have a lot of information.
Did you add a little line for a?
No.
It was a screen glitch,
Oh,
I
yeah,
think.
I was like, wow, you got a soul patch in there too. That's crazy.
That's funny.
I will. I will make a motion to Sveta to say like
Yes.
1 minute, and then I will walk right back to Yemelin, and I will, because he was all like, "You got to see for yourself." I'm going to look at Yemelin and say, "What exactly has he done to help?" Please.
He did nothing. He came and he said when we were relocating the host, we stumbled across him. He looks like he had been traveling for some time, but was not in the best shape. He didn't attempt to run. He did nothing to us. But based on your descriptions, we recognized the uniform, and so we kept him secure until you got here, and we were wanting your advice and wisdom on the best way forward.
A light bulb appears above Z-Teach's head, like that's the facial tick that he gives to Yemelin, and he rushes back to the tent and looks at this Z-Teach. Does he have a uniform jacket?
No.
No. Good job hoping.
I will close.
I was wondering if that's where you're going with that.
Yeah, I will close the flap again, and I will walk up to Sveta, and I will say very quietly, and this time I am keeping my voice low so that he does not necessarily hear me, and I will say, it does not look like he's been back to the Disciples of Destiny since we chased him. He does not have his jacket still. That's an Orist notice roll right there. Hey, look, your shoes.
It is.
Your shoes.
None of those old Z-Teach rolls.
It just means that this time you really closed the flap.
Yep.
You didn't really close it last time. This time you were like careful.
I made sure the Velcro actually stuck to the
Lined up the
bottom.
Velcro.
Is it not in our interest to hear what he has to say before we make decisions further?
It's in our interest to find out whatever we can to give us an advantage against the Disciples of Destiny. But take whatever he says with 7 grains of salt.
I will.
I don't know about untying him or giving
I
him...
would not untie him.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So, let's get this over with.
You go back in the tent?
If
yeah.
Sveta seems ready, then yes. I'll open the tent flap, let her enter first, and then I'll follow. Is it just the is he okay? Is he on a chair? Is he kneeling on the ground, tied up? Is he tied
This
to the
is
tent peg?
you guys don't have prison tents,
Right.
This is actually a supply tent. It's full of bags and barrels and such, and he's on the ground leaning up against a barrel.
Perfect. Then I will sit on a barrel, and I'll hop up onto a barrel, not the one that he's leaning against, one that where I'm sitting somewhere
Gotcha.
across from him. And
Yeah.
My hands, my feet appear tied before me.
And I'm going to take my gun out, and I'm going to rest it across my lap, and we'll have
And
yeah.
yeah, and Sveta will say, as you can see with Oris and I, our faith in you is wearing thin already. I do not care for people who target innocent towns as you've done. So share your information quickly.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you guys haven't really followed up on the repercussions of your actions in towns either. But you'll believe what you want to believe, won't you? As most will. It's true. I was part of the Disciples of Destiny, and have been for years. Well, a couple of years since they started, anyway. But my thoughts, my inventions that brought me to the perception of the Disciples of Destiny have turned into a more perverse set of experiments, which is why I left.
Perversion
By
in what way?
freezing towns to kill everyone inside, for example. Splitting someone in half while testing teleportation, as an example. Dropping innocent townsfolk from a height greater than most would imagine to see what it looked like when they collapsed to the ground. I am not free or innocent of these experiments. Many of them did come from my mind, my imagination. But there's little that one can do against people much stronger and much more powerful. And, I mean, all honesty, because you have a gun pointed at my face, I believed them. I believed that the Disciples of Destiny were the best thing that could happen to the Ukraine, to this continent. It's amazing how a charismatic leader can sway even those of well-thought minds.
And what is the disciples' end goal for Ukraine?
But one more time?
What is the disciples of Destiny's end goal for Ukraine as they see it?
Well, much as I'm sure any true warlord would prefer. Okay, I'm lining things up. Uncle would want all of these separate areas brought under one unified, I would loosely call it a government, one unified rule, which in practice and thought sounds like a good idea, especially after all of the chaos from the various wars and rifts and DBs and everything else. And for a long time I believed that Uncle would have the way of it, that a lot of the common folk didn't have power or capacity to really rule themselves. But at what cost? At what cost is any of this?
And you said that you used to believe that Uncle was the best option. What changed your mind?
I grew up under a very strict guidelines and family. Very strict. And they would have a different answer to the question I'm going to give you. You have 10 people, innocent people, sentenced to die. But if you can get the same thing done and kill one person, how many people should you kill to accomplish that goal? What's the worth of soul to you? How many people? Orist.
I will always seek to find a way to have no people killed.
And Sveta, you?
I would kill only what needs to be done.
The answer that I grew up being taught was nice. The answer I was taught was as many as it takes. So that is the answer I grew up thinking was the appropriate answer. But once that power, once the resources were given to me to actually follow through with these experiments, I realized the answer is none. No answer of science, faith, or mankind is worth it if it costs a single soul. Now, it is true. Even my actions have cost lives, whether I knew of it or not. But I need to fix that. There is no amount of cleansing that can clean a lost soul, but we can try. And what your group has been doing, trying to right wrongs, trying to help those in need. I was given a gentle urging after I left the Disciples of Destiny, after I turned coat, as it were, that your group here, whether it be the Cossacks or the two of you, would help me perhaps cleanse part of that soul.
And who told you that?
I promised I wouldn't say. But a common friend.
Sveta?
With your permission, John?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that all of this Z teaches equipment is probably sitting in a pile way across the tent from him because he's tied to a barrel. And sitting with that equipment is a long and slender staff that you recognize because you've been traveling with it for what, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, however long that period was.
Yeah, I miss Una.
Yeah. No, it's Z-Teach's staff.
Nice.
Well played, sir.
Wait, what?
What did you say, Mark?
He was saying that we recognize the staff, and I said yes, I miss Una, and he's like, no, it's Z teaches, and I already knew that. I was just messing with him.
Oh, right. Got it.
And
Got it.
it actually worked. So
He was fishing and hooked me good.
yeah, I did. And what of the vehicle you escaped in?
Destroyed. This may surprise you, but the Disciples of Destiny don't let people go. At least not when they think that they're still alive.
So they believe you to be dead?
I'm hoping. I have not seen one of their second sons for a long time.
Sveta?
You say that no soul is worth to be lost. Is that even true, do you think, for the most evil of souls?
Oh, don't get me wrong. There are some that are beyond. They've done enough and continue to do enough. I mean, in the name of science. If it's costing lives to get answers, there has to be another way.
And the airships, were those of your design as well?
Zetich, you can see his eyes kind of get that far away look that you have your answer. But he doesn't say anything.
How did you even get to the plane where the angels existed to enslave them?
Most of my work was done on paper. It was more creative men that put some of those into practice. But specifically, that was the apocryphal magi of the Disciples of Destiny that were able to pull those beings from whatever lies next.
I am going to get up and walk out of the tent. I am going to go to the mage's tent. Why can I not remember his name off the top of my head?
Christoph.
Christoph, thank you. I'm going to go to Christoph's tent, and I'm going to... is he there, by chance?
I'm going to follow him, by the way.
Yes. Give me... I just need 2 seconds here. I've been working on things. Okay. I added Christoph to the Cossack camp.
Oh, good.
Christoph looks like a dark magic kind of dude.
Yeah.
Is that what he's always looked like?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's not recent. That would be bad.
Yeah, that would be very bad.
What did you do to Christoph?
Yeah, the last time I saw him, he was talking to Zetich. What the hell? He turned into a night hag. Okay, so I will say, Christoph, do you have pen?
Yes.
Do you have pen and paper?
Pen and paper?
Yes.
Yeah, I have around here. He rustles around on a desk and comes up with a stack of paper and hands you a pen.
Thank you. And then I will return. Before I actually go in, I'm going to find a member of the host that we're going to name right now, make up a name for right now, who would be like, the guy that's at his core a good guy, but sometimes is a little too aggressive for his own good.
I gotcha.
I want to find that guy who's probably a hunter. Timberlake.
I'm trying to find names I haven't used already.
Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake, yes. I'm loving it.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, his name is his name is Danilo. Oh, wait a minute, I've
Yeah,
already
you already
used
have.
Danilo.
Yep, you sure have.
Danilo 2.
Fedeka. His name is Fedeka.
Is that with a F or a V?
I'm about to post it in the chat, like always.
Thank you.
And you said good-hearted, but sometimes overly aggressive.
Yeah, and sometimes confrontational. He's got a short fuse, short trigger sometimes.
Okay.
And I will say, Fedeka, can I?
What?
Well met. And I will grin and I will say just what I'm looking for. Can I borrow you for some assistance?
I am busy. I'm doing things.
This gives us an advantage against our enemy.
I like advantages. Okay, you lead on.
All right, I will take Fedeka, and I will take the pen, and I will take the paper and Sveta, and we go back in, and I will say, Fedeka, this is Z-Teach. Don't listen to anything he says. Don't do anything he asks. If he tries to do anything besides write with the pen and paper I'm about to give you, feel free to drub him.
Okay.
And then I will untie his hands, and I will hand him the pen and paper, and I will say, every Disciple of Destiny vehicle, head count, things you can think of that would assist us in attacking them or defending against them, start writing, and then we will talk further.
You're not going to like what I have to write down.
I didn't ask.
Okay.
Oh, I'm playing Stardew Valley. Or no, sorry.
And then I will go and I will say, well, I know they've fed him because they're not savages.
Exactly so.
What time of day?
They fed him They fed him all of the leftover clods.
Yes, that is exactly what I was going to have them do. They have a clod castle that they just carry around that they reset up at every new place for the host.
Funny.
What time of day is it by chance?
It is right now 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. So, okay. So I will set them to that task. I will then return to what's Scary Hagman's name?
Christoph?
Christoph. Thank you.
Christoph.
I will then return to Christoph and say, Christoph, is there by chance some kind of spell that you can cast around the tent where Z-Teach is being held that will allow us to come and go, but not him? I know I am ignorant in magic, and I apologize for asking in this fashion, but if there
I
is...
can seal it, or I can set it free. I'm not sure I can do what you're asking.
Okay.
But I will. I will think.
Okay. Thank you. And in that case, I'm going to get another guard.
It's already guarded by two guys.
Oh, it is. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. That's from last. You already have guys guarding the tent.
Perfect. So I will tell. Yeah. Okay. Great. No, we're good. Okay. So in that case, then I'm going to drag Sveta along unless she objects, and we'll go get lunch because we just got here and we haven't eaten all day since the morning.
Lily says hi.
Hi, Lily.
They say hi.
Also, Kevin, welcome to the stream.
That was a weird
Wild
thing.
Joker,
Okay.
welcome to the stream.
That's a can opening.
So yeah, that's the plan.
Mm.
Unless there's something you have that you want to do in the meantime, I figure we'll get food, let Z teach write, and then we'll go back and see what he's actually produced for us.
Sounds good to me, I guess.
I don't know. Do you have some magic blacksmith you can do to bind his soul to ours or something?
No.
Does you guys still have that big metal spike from Disciples of Destiny? You could probably drive that through his chest so you can control him. That's how it works, right, John?
Exactly so.
I mean, I think John's the ruling decider on what I can and can't do with blacksmithing, but
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. No.
He's like, you ain't got no magic like that. All right. But I wouldn't know that, so that's why I'm asking.
yeah.
I light Zeke on fire and watch him smolder. He can't stab us in the back if he's dead.
I pour hot molten magma. So yeah, we'll go get lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll see what Z teaches written.
Oh, I wish I could delete that.
I have been to rallies with Uncle.
Hey, Rallies is a great place to get a burger. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Although
The biggest problem is the boot. The boot in rally.
What?
I don't
It's a young person drinking term. Never mind.
Oh. I was just going to say, you know, some places they call them checkers, but we all know it's really Rallies. This episode brought to you by Rallies.
I forgot that was a restaurant.
Restaurant is probably stretching the term a little loosely.
It's edible.
It is edible. It's edible-ish. It's
Okay. I'm ready when you are.
Okay, good.
Okay.
We come back.
All right. You see, how many sheets of paper had you given him? Was it like a
5.
book? 5? Okay. In as small writing as possible with the instruments you gave, you see schematics, wiring diagrams, technical details for the ice ship and the angel ship. You see what looks like a couple designs for other blimps, very similar to the angel ship, but not weapon. It looks like they're more like supply blimps. There are drawings of vehicles, but no technical specifications of those drawings. And next to them are written "seen at rally," and then there's like a date written next to it, and an approximate number of people that these vehicles can hold, but not any if they might be weaponized or if they might that kind of stuff. And then you see. I apologize, John. There are 3 branches, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you see very minuscule details, like very, very minuscule details of even the science division, but from each of the divisions. But it's more like these are things he observed, not things he actually has data on. The amount of information he's given you, I would hope, would lead you to believe that if he had information on these other divisions, he'd probably be giving it to you, but that's up to you on what you decide.
Is there an insight check in this game?
That's a good question. Let me look at where are you? There you are. We have
I love that you're using military terms, John, in your message. I really actually appreciate that.
Well, shared background. I knew you'd get that was the fastest way to communicate that.
Yep.
You can either do investigation or smarts, whichever you want.
Okay. Are you kidding? I'm spending a darn penny. At least my between seasons, my rolling stays the same, I guess.
Hey, John, that thing you sent me, it was a zoomed out place in the U.S., so I'm moving it over, but I'm not sure which of the things I'm looking at.
Okay. I have it up. Zoom over to Ukraine,
Okay,
right? And then
Right.
zoom in,
okay,
and you see the red triangle?
yes.
That's the incursion by Disciples of Destiny.
Oh, that's huge. Okay. On the back of the last page, there are details is a big. It's not the correct term, but is information on a big land battle. What appears to be a big land battle between the departments of or disciples of destiny and some other force. Though looking at the location, you could probably put two and two together that it's Orlov's forces. And it's to the
Southeast.
to the east of Ukraine.
Which corroborates the information we already have.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I know, I'm saying out of character.
Yeah.
And what else do we have? It looks like while not a tactical mindset, the information he's written down makes it seem like part of the goal for the Disciples of Destiny is to split Orlov's forces in that region. To give them more than one area they have to try to defend.
I still have my gun in, like, it's across my lap. It's not aimed at your head or anything. I shrug at Sveta. What do you think?
I'm rolling smarts to see if I can make sense of anything else.
Yeah, I just totally believe him because even on 2 die rolls, I rolled exactly the same.
His face is too familiar to you.
Yep.
The thing you pick up on the most, Sveta, is you pick up on a genuine earnestness, and when he was talking about I'll say it my way, basically, yeah, I'm guilty, and you shouldn't trust me. You've got 2 raises here. You actually felt a genuineness, and as if he, almost as if there isn't necessarily, and I'll let him speak to this. You're not sure if there's really repentance, but it does seem like there's a desire to earn repentance.
Yeah, what's done is done, and there is no going back and correcting it. What's done is done, and it was his fault. He has no doubt about that, and takes the blame for stuff that was done with his ideas. But also, he believes that the best way to correct these actions is in fact where he is right now. While you have not yet while you have not yet retied his hands, they are both well in view, sitting on his knees, like his hands are sitting on his knees, as if you're going to tie him up in a minute.
I walk over to Sveta and I lean down and I whisper in her ear, and I'm not making any attempt to try and conceal it. I simply say, it would be so much easier to kill him.
It would be, but I do believe him. And although I condemn him for his actions in the past, I do think he's trying to turn a leaf for the better.
I wish I could say I disagreed with you, but I actually believe that too. Which means, what do we do with him now?
Treat him as a stray dog and loosen his chain little by little. It's true. And
So he gets too far, and then
worst comes to worst, I can burn the impurities out of him.
nice.
A stray dog, you say? That gives me an idea. And I walk out of the tent again, and I go back to Kristoff. And I say, Kristoff,
Forrest.
another idiot magic question for you. Is there some kind of spell that would bind one person to another so that they can't go beyond a certain range away from them or experience excruciating pain?
These are not positive magical things you're asking. I tend to try to avoid these kinds of things.
Yes, and
They sometimes come with dark clouds.
I apologize. I am trying to find a way to make a positive out of a negative situation, but I do not yet. Old-fashioned ways. Got it. Thank you. I'm going to go find. I'm trying to think of. We should have plenty of leather.
Lots.
Yeah.
I will be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom while you guys talk. I'm going to
Okay.
I am going to go to the seamstresses, the folks who mend clothing, create things.
The leather workers or the seamstresses?
Leather workers.
Got it? Okay.
And I am going to ask them to make a 20-foot strip of leather that can be bound on each end to a belt.
Huh. Okay. We can do that for you, Orist. They look at you, they say that, but they're also looking at you like, weirdo, I don't know why you want this, but sure.
How long do they think it will take to finish?
They have to find an
2
animal
hours.
that's got 200 feet of leather first.
Well,
That's pretty easy in Rift's worlds. DBs,
that's true.
DBs have lots of leather.
Oh my goodness. Well, just remember DBs are sentient creatures.
That doesn't stop Mark's idea.
No,
I know, right?
no.
Who's the evil who's the evil person here? Yeah, 2 hours.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. Great. So then, did he? I will ask the guards if Z-Teach had been fed during lunch or not.
Yes.
Okay. I will get him a shot of vodka and a glass of water. And I will go back and I will put the shot of vodka in front of him and the glass of water in front of him. And I will say, drink those.
He'll sniff the smaller glass and say, "No, thank you." It affects the mind, and that's not something that either of us wants to happen. And he'll drink the water and say thank you, and and then hand the glass back. He'll take. Is it? I'm assuming it's gonna be like a clay cup.
Yeah.
He'll tap tap tap. Interesting. I wonder where they found that clay.
I will take another cup. I will pour half of it into my cup, and I will say, we have 2 hours to sit here, and I will put the other half-filled clay vodka in front of him, and I will hold my hand up in a toast to him and say, to 2 hours of not thinking.
That's not the problem I have. Clink.
What's the problem then?
And then he'll tip it back. And after about 5 minutes, he's not tied up anymore.
How so?
His mind starts moving, and his body starts moving, and he's losing control of his logical functions, which are what keeps his non-logical functions in check.
Right.
He's also a lightweight,
Yeah.
much like others you teach.
Yes. Well, as long as he doesn't try to leave the tent, we're fine.
He's not even getting up.
Great.
He's just sitting there. Yeah.
That's fine. And I will take the pages and I will ask.
Why 2 hours?
Hold on.
Is that when you finally decide whether or not to kill me?
No. Dude, I wrote it down. Why is it not here? Fadeka. I will tell Fadeka, I will give him a firm clap on the shoulder. I will say, you have done well. Please take these notes to Christoph, and then I know you have other things to get back to. Great job.
Well, at least you appreciate it.
Very much so.
He takes off out of the tent. He returned the arm clasp, by the way.
And I tell him 2 hours until we have a solution for you and I.
Solution. That's ominous.
Is it the final solution?
Yeah. Whoa!
That was kind of cool.
Huh?
Spencer just pops into view.
That's exactly what I
Yeah, you didn't like slowly appear.
What?
It was just like pastor, bam, Chris.
She's been there the whole time. She's been there the whole time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I flipped the lens cap
You
thing.
you are a lightweight. So
Yeah, that
Yeah.
worked well.
so
All right,
yeah.
2 hours go by.
Yep. And I will go and get the item, and then I will bring it back, and I will clasp it to Z Teach's belt and put the other side to my belt.
And this is a big leather leash.
Yes, that is exactly what it is.
You're joking, right?
I am
Is
not.
it like a kid harness?
That is exactly what it is.
There's
There's no.
I don't understand the purpose of the leash. If I was going to leave, I could cut the leash. If I was going to leave and the leash wasn't there, I could leave the same way.
Mhm.
If you can't trust that I'm going to stay within, what is this, 19.8 feet,
Mhm.
maybe you should just put a bullet in me. Because I can tell you this, and he whips the leather at you, like, all this is going to do is make things more difficult for you and me.
Oris nods his head.
I don't understand your reasoning. Nodding doesn't help. Perhaps you are also a lightweight.
Here's the simple fact of the matter. You want trust, you earn trust. You want repentance, you earn repentance. Could you cut this leash? Absolutely. That also cuts trust.
Yes, and I'm not asking for trust overnight. I am, however, trying to say what is the worst case scenario if I am not on this leash? Worst case. Absolute worst case.
You take information about the host, our location, you relay it to the Disciples of Destiny who murders all of my friends and family.
How?
Radios, transmitters, things you could have buried in the area around before
So,
you wanted
sure,
them.
okay. Well, I mean, I was tied up fairly well before moving with your host to this location that I don't know what it is, but you're right. Let's say I buried something somewhere in the desert and could go to it. I would still have to leave your side, correct? To do that.
Right.
Which you would see and shoot me. I'm assuming that the gun that is laying across your lap, or those two swords hanging from your back, are more than just decorations.
That is
Not to mention, and he looks over at the giantess of Sveta, I'm fairly certain that that one could just throw a hammer at 20 leagues, cave in my skull.
Would you prefer the leash or that I hold your hand in a icy death grip for 24/7?
I'm not understanding why you feel I have to be on a leash or under physical contact at all. I understand being tied up at night or tied to something at night to ensure that I don't escape while you're sleeping. But if you tell me to stay nearby, I'm here, I volunteered and came to this host of my own volition looking for you two.
And if we are going to travel together, I don't have to worry about it if you are attached to me.
How would we be traveling?
Horse?
Well, there you go. I don't know how to ride a horse, so it has to be riding with one of you anyway, which means you don't need the leash. If we're walking, I can no more run faster than you or her, so you could still shoot me.
I turn to Sveta and I say, I love it when prisoners who have something to prove to someone argue about how they should go about doing it. That makes all the sense in the world.
Zeke shits himself. Family show. He poops himself. And starts pulling on the leather lead so that Oris is stuck to him even closer.
Well, that probably doesn't work because
Oh, it does, because you're not 20 feet away from me now. So he's wrapped the rest of the leather away from him, so you're stuck 4 feet next to him, and now he has soiled himself. He hadn't. You noted that, however he's been using the restroom, obviously the host had trusted him enough not to tie him to someone, but you are less trusting than that. You also note that in the pile of his gear is a hoverboard, similar but smaller to the ones that you've seen. He hasn't mentioned it or ran for it, tried to escape, but you are to be close to him. He can be just as miserable as you.
And I will begin to walk out of the tent with him attached.
As you start to run out of the tent,
You only get 5 feet.
Danya, who you know before, Danya is one of Yemelin's guards, and he says, Orist, Yemelin is calling for you.
Noted. I will be right there. And then I will attempt to drag Z-Teach along with me.
So ZT is about 140 pounds and is not moving. So you are dragging him behind you.
Sveta grabs the leash and drags him.
It's fine. He's still being drugged.
Okay. There's no. Are you resisting or? Oh, it just went black. Can you hear me?
Oh, I don't know what happened. Did he freeze?
I don't know. I was just for the fun of it going to have him make an opposed roll.
Let's see,
I think he put his camera thing on.
that is very possible.
All right. Well, make a strength roll there, Zitich. I mean, the Sveta.
Um,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No problem. Okay. So you get to Yumlin, and you've brought the prisoner, Orist.
Yes. I do believe he wants to atone for the things he's done. He has information that is valuable. He's being a bit obstinate right now. But I believe the information he has is important.
Okay. There has been a call for a election of a hetman. So, out of character right now, I'll go into, hey, this is what you guys know is hetman is a historical Ukrainian leader that was elected by typically military, but by other leaders, basically. It's not very much different from how the English crown prior to William the Conqueror elected a king. It was a very similar process. So that's all out of character. And so when he says election of a hetman, you know what that is. He says there was a call to go to Dnipro, where we will have an election of a hetman to lead us in the territory that was previously held by Orlov. We need to bring order now that you've gotten rid of him. We need to be there in 2 days.
And will you run?
Me? Well, we'll see. We'll see. He just kind of laughs.
I hope you do.
Yeah. One must first be nominated by the other leaders. We'll see.
And are the other hosts going to be gathering there and participating?
I believe so. That is my understanding that there will be at least one other host.
That is fortuitous.
Does the person who nominates you have to be of a certain rank?
The nominations come from the leaders.
Hmm.
Until we arrive, I'm not sure who will be representing us there. Who will be representing Ukraine there? So can you He points at Zetich and said, will you be bringing him with us?
Yes.
Okay. I will trust you with his care then. He is now your concern.
Understood.
Are you doing something?
I am. Give me just 1 second. Okay. Yes, and we will. Can we take a quick bio break?
That would be great.
Okay, we'll do that, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Okay. Hopefully Daniel will get his stuff figured out too.
Yeah, and I'll be back.
Yeah. Twitch. Do a quick. That's not what I wanted to do. Go. We'll run a quick ad break. We'll be right back.
John, I can't hear you right now. If you're nothing. Nope.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
My headphones turned themselves off.
Uh, yeah, that pair got annoying with how it did that. Yeah, I wonder what happened to Daniel. Hmm.
Hey, while we have this time, I the news, the new. Just realized. There we go. The new story arc for whatever the name of the new Warframe
Yeah.
is actually a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It was it was all Railjack, and I was able to do the whole thing solo. Although certainly one of the missions I had to do 3 times, and it took me 2 times of tweaking my. We have crew members now for Railjacks,
Mm.
and I had to. The problem was is I kept getting hull breaches, and
Yeah.
I couldn't.
The AI crew members won't like fix that.
They did. And that was a problem. I kept, I'm trying to shoot fighters, I'm trying to fly the ship, I'm trying to do everything. And the problem is I had 3 crew, and I had one piloting, one gunner, and one engineer. And the one guy was actually not only trying to fix the hull breach, but fight Corpus and so I turned them all into engineers. I was like, I'll fly, I'll gun. You guys just take care of engineering and borders. And once I turned all 3 of them into engineers, I instantly had no problems.
Wow.
Um, it's kind of cool in a way. You have to give them guns out of your inventory. And if you
Like,
assign a weapon to that crew, then you can't use it.
huh.
So you actually give them one of your guns.
Mhm.
Um, and
Is
you
that
rank them. Go
is
ahead.
that like permanently? Like any mission you can't use that gun?
Well, it's not permanent in that you can take it away from them.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like you give them the gun and then you play something that's not Railjack and it still says you can't use this gun. This guy's holding it.
That's correct. That would
Oh
happen.
wow. Okay.
But you can go into the menu, take it away from them, and
Yeah.
use it.
Yeah.
But yes, while it's assigned to them, you can't use it in or out of Railjack.
Oh wow. Yeah.
So,
I mean,
but I
just the
mean,
just the hassle of that kind of makes you want to level up multiple weapons. Then.
of course, I realize I'm strange in this regard. I've never deleted a weapon.
Yeah.
And so for me to come up with 3 weapons was easy.
Mm.
You know, oh, here are 3 that are considered good that I just will never use,
Yeah.
and so there you go.
That's fair.
So, um, so,
Hmm.
that was kind of easy, but, but it's kind of interesting. You go see, do you know who, is it TikTok? Is that his name? He's one of the guys at Fortuna. He's the guy that gives you the bonds.
Uh, yeah, I don't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about.
I think it's Tick or Talk or something like that. Anyway, whatever, that dude.
Yeah.
Go see that guy. He's the guy that was giving away the Valentine's Day stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
And but yeah, he's got the crew members,
Hmm.
and you recruit them. Like he was offering like 5, and I picked 3 um, that kind of I liked. Um, I there were only 2. I plan once I've maxed out all the the whatever the faction guys at the relay. I can't even remember what they're called. Syndicates. Once I've maxed out all the syndicates, I plan to go back to Arbiters of Hexus,
Hmm.
even though they hate me right now
Yeah, I
because
mean
I'm on the
it's
opposite side of the relay.
hey, you gotta work like back through all the things just to get back there.
Yeah, well, I have a giant pile of what you call it things, medallions to get back to them.
Oh, okay.
So I'm hoping that'll at least get me back to neutral. So,
Hmm.
but anyway, so 2 of the guys on my crew are Hexus, and he only had 2 Hexus guys to recruit, and I wanted to get started, so I got uh, a steel. Um, I don't know, whatever the Grenier guys are.
Steel Meridian.
Steel Meridian, yeah. So I have a Steel Meridian. So I have 2 guys and a girl. The girl
Huh.
is Steel Meridian.
Hmm.
And although it's kind of weird, like her emote that she does all the time makes it look like she's drunk. Like when she's just standing there, she kind of just spins around like this, and I'm like, what? And I couldn't yeah, I couldn't find a way to change it. The cool thing is that you can customize them. Now
Hmm.
you can't change like what clothes they have or the patterns on their clothes.
Mm-hmm.
At least I don't remember being able to do that. But you could change the colors.
Oh, that's cool.
And so
So you
even
could do like a
though,
Star Trek theme or something if you wanted.
yeah, whatever you want. And so
Engineering, whatever.
that's true. I didn't think of that. So I always use my Loki for, I actually have a space Loki that doesn't have the big cloak.
Hmm.
So that, the cloak doesn't fall in front of my eyes when I go upside down as a gunner. Um, but I've just found in Railjack the cloak gets in the way.
Hmm.
So I just have that Arbiters or Hexus, very minimalist cyan down on my space Loki. But it's otherwise it's the same exact pattern. It's the same color, that purple and whatever. So I made a match Loki,
Hmm.
and so all 3, even though one has a slightly different uniform, obviously, but they actually look like a crew because they're the same color.
That's cool.
And then you can give them Cyandanas.
Hmm.
And which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
So,
Hmm.
and I gave the Hexus guys the Hexus Cyandana. I gave the Steel Meridian girl the Steel Meridian Cyandana. So
That's cool. Yeah, I don't remember what the Steel Meridian sign down looks like, but
it looks like a Corpus thing. It's like a bump with 3 uh, um, net cables hanging from them.
oh, okay.
It's not the most attractive one.
Yeah. Have you tried what is his name? Sevagoth? The new Warframe?
No. I completed the mission, so I have the blueprint, but now I have to grind something to get the parts.
Uh,
And I was actually thinking about it, and I was thinking, I'm going to go ahead and buy the, the whole kit. And once I get the whole kit, I'll also grind out and actually get Sevagoth. But I'll use that second Sevagoth to donate to what's his name. Welcome back, Mark. Where are we at?
I think Dan's having some technical issues, so we should just go ahead.
Okay. Understood. Great. Okay. So Yimelin was just telling you that there's been a call for an election of a hetman in 2 days in Dnipro. And if you don't know where Dnipro is, I sent you the link to the map.
Yes. Huh. What is this?
Are you looking at the map?
No, I'm looking at my notes. It seems like I've got a gap. I'm not sure I'm on the right one. Tuesday game notes. Yeah, it is. It seems like I've, for some reason, lost like the last 4 or 5 episodes worth of notes.
Well, that's not good.
It is not good. My notes seem to end when we were making our way up to go get Orloff. For some reason, even though I took notes before that, I don't know what's happened here. Aha! I think I do know what's happened here. Hold on.
Not bad.
Yep. Nope. I got them back. Okay.
Sorry about that. It's my dad's birthday today, so I had to give him a call and tell him happy birthday, and I don't talk to him very often.
Awesome. Welcome back.
So.
All right. Did you hear what happened after the screen went blank?
I have not.
What happened is that Orloff got called to speak to Yimelin. He went to speak to Yimelin. Yimelin says that there was a call for an election of a hetman. And out of character, you know what that is. Other Z-Teach may not, but hetman is a leader. It's a Ukrainian thing, and basically he's elected by other leaders. It's similar to a way kind of how like the parliament, you elect a bunch of people to parliament, and all the people in parliament will elect one person to be the president, basically. Except that the hetman is kind of king, kind of president, kind of, because there's no term generally. It's like, okay, you're going to be the leader. Go.
How often is this done?
Well, I mean, if the guy lives 40 years, it'd be, once every 40 years.
Okay.
There's not currently one because of the warlords, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so it's probably been like 100 years.
It's been a very long time, yes.
Yeah.
It's not been in anybody's lifetime.
And Yemelin also asked if you were coming with us. I said yes. He said I would have to vouch for you or be responsible for you. I said that is fine, and that I would take that responsibility. And after that, I'm going to move to you and remove the leash from you and basically look in your eyes and say, I do believe you want to repent. You should be given a chance.
if I do anything that hurts you or this host who have treated me very well despite the fact that they have no real reason to, I would hope that you would end me with one of those, indicating to the pistol or the swords.
I would prefer it not come to that.
I would too.
And I will lead him to a place that he can launder his clothes and shower.
Yeah. Glad you
Thank you.
did, because I was about to.
And
'Cause although I want to believe that he wants to change, I mean, if he doesn't change or reverts back to his ways, he's gonna have to deal with me as well. So,
I can't stop myself. That conversation. How many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb?
none, because a psychiatrist can't change anything.
Only one.
has to want to
But the
change.
light bulb really has to want to change.
Yeah, my answer was for the PETA one.
Anyway. Sorry. Sorry to apologies to those watching. All right.
It's easy to bathe and shave.
And I'll get Zetish's old horse to give to new Zetich. Are we gonna call you new Zetich or Zetich Light?
The horses are currently at Donetsk, including yours.
God.
Oh my God, we left the horses.
I'm laughing with you, honestly.
Hey Evelyn,
This-
where's that horse with the speedy hooves that I gave it, so that we can run one of them back to get the other horses really fast?
How's that going to help those horses get here quicker?
I don't know. Tether them together so they can all run together.
Yeah, it's not gonna help it. All right, well, in that case, wow.
Wait, I'm confused. Arthur has. Are you saying Arthur has the horses and
Correct.
the rhino?
Correct.
Yeah,
How do you know about the rhino?
I think
sorry.
he's asking
He
out.
was saying
out
out
of
of character.
Unicorn horn out of character.
Yeah. So, yes. So Arthur has them, and he sent us in a flying car that crashed. So that's still like what is it? Like a week's journey from here?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
not
you
gonna
have to be at the Hetman election in 2 days.
Yep, that's not gonna work. So we will have to borrow some horses. So I will tack up I will ask for the tamest / lamest horse, which are two separate things. The tamest horse that they have, something that they might use to train children that I can put Z-Teach on and lead again like I did for other Z-Teach.
Yeah. Are you looking at the picture I have up? The guy to the left of Yemelin.
Yes, we don't have a name for him.
We don't.
No.
Okay, well let's we're gonna name him Carillo. Boo, boo, boo.
Can his surname be Wren?
Can we name him what?
His surname be Wren?
Kylo Ren. Like Kylo Ren from.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely not. We can't do that.
Okay, I just checking.
And He can help you with the horses.
Okay.
Although, to be honest, I guess the guy you really want to use is going to be Danya, who is the horse master.
Okay. So I will go to Dania and ask for horses for the three of us. I don't know if we have a Clydesdale or something large like that that might hold Sveta, since she lost her enchanted horse as well.
Just strap 2 horses together.
You laugh, but we may have to do that.
Hey, Sveta.
Yes.
Roll a D100.
Slash R.
Just
space.
click on the die to the
Yeah,
left
that
and.
works too. Yep.
Okay. No, he doesn't have. The problem is he's got the largest horse he has is he's got a horse that can carry you, but the problem is he doesn't have tack that can fit you. You know, it would be like you sitting in the first graders' chairs. However, Carrillo, who's gone with you, just because he had nothing better to do, does say that the message, they found out about the message because one of Arter's men has come to bring the message, and Xander came with a car, and Sveta will fit in the car. Matter of fact, all of you can fit in the car if you want, or horses if you prefer. And you may recognize that name because that's one of the 12 that assaulted Orloff's building with the wow, where'd that brain cell go? With the
mech suits.
Yeah, the suits by the Utani
Yes.
suits.
And I will greet him warmly and ask about the others.
Well, they're well. We we lost how many did we lose? We lost 3.
And how long have you been back in camp?
I arrived an hour ago, shortly before you were called to Yimalan.
So cars can go faster and farther than horses. I will ask Kirillo if there is an issue if we arrive in Dnipro before the host.
As a matter of fact, I like this idea. You can be our advanced scouts. This is a fantastic idea. I will talk to Yimalan.
Very good. We will wait to leave.
He says, get your gear together. I will find you and let you know if he has any other instructions.
Okay.
And so he comes and finds you after a while, and he says, no, this is, Yimalan agrees. This is a fantastic idea. We will be there. We will be there the morning of the second day.
Okay.
Prior to the meeting.
then I will look to Sveta and we'll find Z-Teach after he's clean shaven. And
Is that why he doesn't have the mustache anymore?
It is.
we'll set out from there.
Thank goodness it was creepy.
Actually, I was excited for one of the children to use it for class tomorrow, and then no one could figure out how to turn it off. That was what I was thinking about.
Nice.
That's hilarious.
Well, I am gonna now go into their computers and make that small change.
You totally should.
That's fantastic. All right. Well, what do you guys want to do before you leave camp?
So, I'm gonna wait for Mark to. Actually, I can do it with Sveta. Z-Teach will go through the equipment that he brought,
Mm-hmm.
and
Not really
all
hungry,
of the
but hold on,
straight
hold
up
on.
like weapons. So like his pistol and his wing flyer, which is about the size of a saddle, I suppose. All of that stuff he'll tie up into a bundle and then hand to Sveta.
Okay.
So all he'll really have is a small backpack that's got like a bedroll and his tools and some of his chemicals and lab stuff and his staff.
I know this must be difficult for you, but I appreciate the gesture. Of,
Yeah, that it's essentially this wing thing but smaller.
oh, okay.
Thank you.
I can help.
Thank you.
ZT will nod and he'll say, I understand, and will do everything in my power to show you I mean what I say. Oh,
John, where'd you go?
No, I'm still here.
okay. That was weird.
Uh,
You switched spots.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, at least on mine.
I moved myself to the bottom anyway, so I can see you guys together. I'm back.
Welcome back, Mr. Cotter.
All right, welcome back, Mr. Mark. So, anything you want to do before you leave?
No, is Xander coming with us in the car?
Yes, he'll be driving.
Okay. Hopefully that goes better for him than the pilot.
And the last guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Actually, I'm going to visit the supplies, and I'm going to see if any of the it'll be a tight fit, but are there any of the doctors or nurses from the host, not the right phrase, but you know what I'm getting at, people who can do triage, any of those available to go with us? And I will look for, I had the list of supplies, see if I can gather any of that to take back.
To Nipro?
Oh, fuck. Fudge. I mean, no, actually, I will. Okay, I will go to the medicine tent, and I will ask if anyone can go to. My brain stopped working. The name of the city, Donetsk, and see if anyone can spare some time and supplies to go there.
Katerina is your host, the head of the host. I don't know if I would call her a doctor, but she's the head medicine person, Katerina. And she says, well, our duties are here with the host, but you think there's a need?
There is. They have many people who are not able to be treated. There's fighting constantly in the streets, and the forces that are looking to liberate Ukraine are being injured and not be able to get treatment.
I will speak to Yemelin, but that's a long journey.
It is.
That's a long journey without the host.
It is.
We will speak to Yemelin and see what we can do.
Thank you.
All right, you ready to go?
Yes.
Great.
I will actually, Z-Teach, is there anything that you want to do or feel you need to do before we leave?
Are we leaving right now?
Yes, and I would have mentioned you'd want to gather your supplies.
Oh, so while you were talking to the disembodied arm behind you, Z-Teach had gathered up all of his weapons and gadgets that could be construed as weapons and wrapped them in a horse blanket and then tied them up and handed that and the glider ring to Sveta. So he currently has, as with his pistol as well, his revolver. So he only has his staff and a small backpack that has like some chemicals and gear and tools.
Is it an STC pistol?
It is a TK revolver. Wielder can spend 2 power points as a free action to cause mega damage for 5 rounds.
Okay, but looking at it, it would be an STC pistol.
Colt Peacemaker. Yes, I believe so. I think, you know what? We're going to say it's etched with some kind of circuitry
Yeah.
that leads you to believe it's not just an STC pistol, but it looks like an STC pistol. There's also a ray gun that's cold to the touch, and a couple glass grenades that have a swirling, sickly green, like vine-like venom. You know, like how venom moves. It's green and moves like that inside the glass grenade.
These are things that you're giving to me, or things that you're holding on to?
Those are things you saw wrapped up in the blanket that I handed you.
Okay.
And I would have taken the pistol and given it back to you.
The normal pistol?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if it's the one with etched with circuitry, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't. I know you read it out of character, but I wouldn't know about the PowerPoint. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it looks like an SDC pistol, and I'm not worried about you having an SDC pistol.
He'll nod and he'll hang it back on his hip.
You know, the other one of you didn't know how to fire one of those.
He was an interesting person.
He was. I'm going to. Yeah, Sveta, do you need to do anything before we go?
I believe I'm all set.
Well, then I think we're off.
Okay, so you guys, you go and you meet Alexander, and he kind of assigns each of you a position in the car, and And he takes off, and you guys head on the way. As you begin to fly, you do fly over a forest.
Oh, I thought it was a car, not a. Okay,
It's an air car.
I got that now.
Vietnam style flashbacks of
Yeah.
flying over forests.
Well,
Oscar
mean-
Baba in the trees. Oscar Baba in the trees.
the other vehicle was damaged by enemy fire.
Yes, and as was Dimitro upon impact.
Yeah, that was kind of a problem. I'm a leaf in the wind. Too soon. So, but you guys fly, and it takes you. You guys are going to fly for about 3 hours. Is there anything you want to say or do while you're flying for that length of time?
After a period of time of being so nervous that it's not even funny, I will just fall asleep.
All right. Well, I'll let you decide, but you may or may not wake up when the speed of the vehicle changes, and
Faster or slower?
slower,
Yes, I will wake up.
much slower, and you you look down, and you're over a. You could see that you're over. There we go. All right. Whoop. Nope. Let's go back there. Okay. So you could see as you fly south, you see a river ahead of you. Underneath you, you see what looks like a devastated city. There's farmland that kind of leads up to a devastated city. You see 3 destroyed bridges, and it looks like the center bridge crossing this river has some kind of rudimentary work on it, and that they could get, like 1 lane of horses or something across. And you see a city that looks like it's trying to rise up out of the what had been a devastated city. And you come to this. You also see around the city, you see forges. Sveta, you notice this more than anybody else. You see forges, and it looks like there's a lot of metal work going on in the city. And you guys come to over this small kind of gridded area, and you land towards the center of that grid. You all are looking at that grid, right? Like a park? Yeah, you should be.
Yeah.
And across from that park is the building on top there. And it's not quite as pristine. You can see it's hundreds of years older and has a whole lot more wear and tear and a lot less white. But you see that building, and the car lands right at the center of that little grid thing you see on the bottom of the park. And as soon as he touches down, Alexander looks back and says, "Everybody fine? I was told to bring you here."
And
The meeting will be in the building. I've not been in.
Well, if we're going to scout, we should probably scout.
Okay, I'm going to stay here with the vehicle. And there is there's a as you start heading towards the building, there's a man with obviously balding head, very close cropped hair. He's got a large Ukrainian mustache, and he's got kind of a suit with a jacket over it. And he walks up and says, "Are you here for the hetman?
Yes.
And you are from?"
Have we ever talked about the name of your
Yeah,
tribe?
I got it. I just got to find it. Hold on.
Zaporazian.
Yeah, yes. Yes, I come from the Zaporozhian host.
In chat for everybody.
Okay.
Great. I have. Are you Yumlin? I have heard.
No, Yimelin will arrive in the next day or two.
Oh, excellent. Shall I show you inside?
Please.
Okay. So he takes you in, and he takes you to a room. And pardon the look of this. I found something I liked, but I wanted to remove any real worldness of it. And well, I did my best to make it look, to give you the idea what the room looks like, and to remove what was there. And so I hope you can see it. So he takes you in the building, up a flight of stairs and through some double doors. And he says, we've set up in here. And you see kind of in the center, there's a stage with a table and some chairs around it. And on three sides, there are chairs and benches facing towards the stage. And but between each of the sections, so there's two podiums facing the stage. And he says, we'll have the leaders on the stage, and there will be others welcome to attend, so that we can discuss and quiz the leaders, and we will make the right decision, I'm certain.
And what of security?
I have my men. The city is secure. We watched your vehicle land.
I look.
By the way, he introduces. I'm sorry. He introduced himself as Dmitry Greshuk. He says, "I am the leader here of Dnipro."
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I will do my entire spiel.
So, is there anything? What can I show you? How can I help you? We have. It's now Tuesday, and the election will be on Thursday. So we have a couple days before the election. What would you like to do between now and then? I'm saying that, not Dimitri.
Yes. Well, the first thing I want to talk to Dimitri about is, have they prepared for a potential attack by the Disciples of Destiny?
Well, we have our defenses that we've always had at the city. Um, I don't know what kind of attack do you think there may be, and who are these disciples?
I will turn to Z-Teach.
They are a dangerous people.
Mm.
I would say that the warlords that have taken the Ukraine do so because they and their people have faith in that warlord. If not faith, then fear. And most of them rule by that fear. Orloff was one of those men who ruled by fear. There's only so much you can do when you are ruled through and through by that power source. The disciples of destiny are not like that. Down to the man, they believe. They are faithful that their leader, Uncle, can take them to the new Ukraine, to the new united world. And that makes them far more dangerous.
Mm.
And I will say that
Mm.
Z-Teach is someone who might be able to help take a look at what you have for fortifications and make suggestions based on his knowledge and experience with the group to try and help prevent anything or help upgrade systems where it might be applicable. Is that fair to say, Z-Teach?
I can try, though I was not part of that arm. I'm more versed in the technical, not tactical, but I can try.
If you're open to that, Dimitri.
Certainly, he says. I have. He calls. He calls. I've used that before. He calls Yevgeny, and he says, where am I going to put this? He says Yevgeny is one of his officers. And he says he can show you their defenses. So, Yevgeny looks at Z-Teach and says, "Will you follow me?"
Z-Teach will look back to Urst to make sure that Urst is okay with him going.
Yeah, Orist is nodding.
And Z-Teach will nod back and will follow Dimitri.
Okay, I'll get back to you.
Yep,
What are you
you're
and
good.
Sveta going to do while he's off?
I'm going to ask Grishuk. I noticed on the flight over that there are many forges aiding in what seems to be the reconstruction efforts. Is there anything I can do to help on that front? I'm a blacksmith in trade.
Indeed, that's become our main industry is metallurgy, and we have, as you pointed out, we do have many forges, and it is our main trade, and how most of us make our living. There are farmers on the outskirts, and if you're a blacksmith, I'm sure, um, I'm not sure of your skill, but perhaps there's something you could do. You would have to inquire at one of the forges.
I will step up and say, not a blacksmith, the blacksmith, the greatest blacksmith that you've ever seen in your lifetime. If you have something important, that is where I would task her.
Okay. He asks. Do, do, do.
We're making call out
Um,
all the names.
he calls over one of his assistants that's been straggling along behind you guys, and her name is Michaela, and he says Michaela will take you to our primary foundry.
No, thanks.
All right.
I will grin at Sveta as she turns to go, and I will call out, "See you on the morrow."
She nods knowingly.
And Orist, what can we do for you?
I will spread my arms wide and say, I am not much of a tacticianer. I am good with blades, good with a gun. If there's something that I may do to train with your security or help shore up security, I would, or if you need help with horse handling, I know you have cars, but these are the things that I am good at. How may I be of assistance to you?
He has another assistant behind him, Oksana, and he has asked her to take you to the barracks. Well, he asked her to take you to the stables, and then to the barracks. And he says, "As you see, as you find, assist how you can."
I will say thank you for letting Z-Teach look at the armaments. I know you may not have heard of them, but they have cut a large swath into the southeast of Orloff's territory, and they have been employing devices the likes of which mankind hasn't seen for thousands of years.
Very well. Thanks for the warning.
I bow, and then I'll head to the stables, where they're going to have me muck out the stables and then the barracks.
All right, Z-Teach. Yevgeny takes you to. He first takes you to the bridge, and from the bridge, you can. He takes you to the bridge and then turns back, and you look at the southwestern shore. And what you see is 5 berms, and you see 5 tanks dug in, facing the other side. Behind the tanks, you see 4 AAA stations, and behind the AAA stations, you see 1 SAM. And when he shows you the other side, it looks similar.
Did you take care of ducks?
Hmm.
Can you do that, please?
And he says, the Dnieper River is, it's a fairly large river. And he says, that's our biggest protection here.
Is the terrain features.
Yes. And the river is over 4,000 feet wide.
How deep is it? About
Keep it.
I don't need specific feet. I just mean like, have you tested the
deep.
depth? Okay.
Yeah, you can't
So by boat or air or the
boat
bridge.
boat air bridge. Yes.
Okay. Um, do you have anything wired to the bridge?
Well, there's
As a-
lights.
Well, no, I don't mean lights. I mean as a last ditch effort. If you had to cut off the bridge, do you have anything there in the way of demolitions?
Why would we risk that? I'm not sure we have the ability to rebuild it.
What are the largest vehicles you have that do not fly? And he'll slowly turn around looking at the tanks.
And he points at the tanks.
Those tanks should fit on a small boat, and the boat would be able to carry them. A small skiff, smallish. They are heavy, but my fear is you are looking at what might be versus what could be. Worst case scenario, you take out the bridge and you cannot take yourselves away from this small island. If the worst were to happen and a huge enemy force were coming by ground, that bridge,
Not an island, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Just one side of the river.
Just one side of the river. So they could go across somewhere else. Are the so looking at the Sam and the AAA, are they like old style or new style? Do they have like computer systems that run them, or are they crank and pull? Like even the
Yeah,
even
I
the,
get
the
you. I
lowest
get you.
tech
Yeah, it looks like Desert Stormish era stuff.
Okay. I'm gonna do my best to double check.
Not Rift's cyber Uber stuff.
I'll do my best to make sure that their systems and wiring and that kind of stuff is up to date. But I mean that's the most I can really do.
Okay. He's also offering to show you the this was one side protected by the river, and he was going to show you the other side of the city.
Yep, perfect.
So he takes you to the other side, and the farther you get from the bridge, it's like up against the river, they still have civilization, but the farther you can see the ruins of the city as that they haven't quite rebuilt yet. But you get about a mile from the river, and there is there's a wall. The wall is about 15 feet tall, and it's made out of stone and earth, and it does have what the heck are those things? It has crenellations, so it has there's a ledge for people to stand on, and then there's a little barrier they can look over, and it's about 15 feet tall. And he takes you to a portion of that wall, and there's a large metal clunged together out of scrap, pretty heavy, thick though, gate that's big enough for 2 tanks to roll through.
Okay.
And on that wall, you see various kinds of guns, like 50 cals and some things even a little heavier. And then getting there, you saw various AAA pieces throughout the city.
Okay. So they're not helpless, by no means.
No.
They're being defended by aged systems, but they have their fair share. ZT shall nod, and again he'll try to see what he can help tech-wise. But most of these systems are encompassing in their own box. Like there isn't like a defense network that ties all of this stuff together.
No.
Yeah, and so he'll help where he can, but sees that there are some areas that could be increased security, and all things being equal, since the city's going to host the next president, essentially, they're painting targets on their backs.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, I mean, there hasn't been. You said Hedgeman?
Hetman.
Hetman? There hasn't been a Hetman for a very long time. And the warlords aren't going to want a Hetman. And the DoD aren't going to want a Hetman.
Right.
So the government that is installing the Hetman have targets on their backs. At least that's what he sees from the point of view of the Disciples of Destiny.
You're probably not wrong. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So, so you're doing that. Sveta.
Yes.
Michaela takes you to see Vasilina. And I suddenly wish I'd chosen a different name.
Vasilina, good with burns, are you?
Who happens to be the head metallurgist.
She's only good sometimes. It kind of vacillates.
So Michaela says, Sveta, this is Vasilina. She's head of our metallurgy guild.
Sorog's greetings upon you, Vasilina.
Greetings to you. How can I help you?
I request your utmost secrecy and privacy. And Sveta pulls open her bag to show her golden hammers.
Her eyes kind of get big.
I am here to give the blessings of Sarog upon this city and aid where you see fit. Please tell me your most critical tasks that you need done, and you can consider them finished.
So she leads you some things, mostly for their defense forces. She also is having, they're having problems with steel for the buildings. And it's not quite as strong as they need it. And they're getting the iron ore and they're making their own steel, and there's something wrong, and maybe that's something you can help with.
Okay. Can you take me to the materials you're using to create the steel?
She does that.
Okay.
So while that's happening, Mr. Orist,
Yes, sir.
you get to the barracks, and
Stables.
you get there with
Stables or barracks?
stables with Oksana.
Right.
And behind the barracks is a small range, and you can see, she says, oh, these are some of our recruits. And they are having rifle practice, apparently. And you watch, and they're doing about how you would expect recruits to do. And there's an instructor that seems to be doing an adequate job. Why don't you roll a shooting roll for me?
Absolutely. As soon as I get my character sheet. Okay. Shoot with the gun that I have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just try to shoot somebody. You're not shooting anybody.
Yeah,
You're
no, I
using your marksmanship knowledge, but that's the role you're using. Yeah, okay, that's a success. You see a few things that you feel you could point out that they could do better.
I will approach the instructor and introduce myself with the full introduction, and then I will ask, I will tell him what I see and ask if it might be all right to impart that wisdom to the student?
Yeah, he introduces himself as Buslav uh, Bohuslav, and he says, "Please, um, please."
And I will introduce myself to the class, explain that I've been trained overseas, and I'll note what I saw, and then I will take my rifle and try to show what I am talking about.
Yeah,
And what just happened?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I'm
yeah.
gonna re-roll that with a Benny.
Do I need to steal it?
No, I just need a bigger screen. Hold on. There you go. And then I need to reopen my character sheet. Sorry. I should have done this differently. Character sheet. Oh, what did you... Oh, okay. There we go. Is that better? Was it
Same
exactly
exact
the same?
roll.
Are you kidding me? I'll do it again. I'm just going to roll and then I'll take the Benny. Are you kidding? I'm spending my last Benny. This is ridiculous. Oh, that's it. And my gun blows up. I'm done with this game.
I'll give him a Benny.
Thank you.
I don't know how to do that though.
Just plop one out.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is so
I've been there.
dumb.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
You know what? Don't roll. Don't roll. We're going to take that Benny to say that you did something spectacular. And, you show them.
You know it's bad when the GM is even like, you know what, don't roll. It's okay. You did something really cool, buddy.
Patting you on the head.
You show them that.
That should be the rule. If you have to use 3 Bennies, it should just be a guaranteed success.
You show them to tuck your arm in so that you're a smaller target, to lean into the rifle. There's a lot of little nuanced things you show them, and you can see that they watch you, and then you can see them start to adapt and try to do what you can do. And you see this guy and you're like, no, oh yeah, that, yeah, oh right, yeah, okay, no, a little more of this, and you do that.
Sounds good.
So after a while, Oksana stayed, and it was Oksana, right?
Yes.
Oksana waited, and she takes you to the stables. And you see the horses are fairly well cared for. They're not, you have better horses. They're bred better. These are just, okay horses.
But I'll check if they're shoed properly, if I can do something to, adjust them or something like that.
Okay, you could see, the first horse you look at, it needs a trim around the shoe, and you do stuff with horses.
Yep.
So, are we going to do this for 2 days?
Unless there's something else that you think. Yeah, I mean, we'll meet up that evening and go from there, I guess. We kind of.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to fast forward to evening, and because nothing happens,
Ignacio,
and you guys are met up.
thank you very much for the likes. You're a rock star.
I don't hear you.
Appreciate you. I know I was talking to the stream. Sorry.
Oh, I gotcha. Actually, Oksana has found rooms for you and has some food for you. And unless you want to do something, we can fast forward to Thursday morning.
I mean, we'll compare notes. What ZT found for the defenses. I'll explain what I was doing and then see if there's any feedback from anybody.
And I guess I refined steel. Not sure what I did, but
Yeah, you improved their formula, and there was some impurities in the iron they were getting. They had a new source, and there were some impurities that they hadn't detected, and you showed them how to purify that, and everything's hunky dory.
awesome.
Did you make anything special, or you just did that?
I would make another one of the indestructible blacksmithing hammers for the master metal, or just but I'd hold on to that until we leave.
Okay.
They
One
got-
of the things that Vaselina tells you is that one of the projects that they have to do, that they're going to begin, this is Tuesday, they're going to begin on Wednesday, is they're going to make the mace for the new Hetman.
Mm.
That's one of the projects they have coming up.
I thought that was normally made out of wood.
It is normally made out of wood.
Nice. Well referenced.
I'm just paying attention, trying to pay attention to the lore. That's all.
Nope, you're exactly right. However, Dimitri wants to impress whoever the Hetman is, and they don't do wood here, they do metal. And so it was Dimitri's idea. He thought,
You should make it have magic powers. That's all I'm saying.
so she didn't know if you wanted to help with that or not.
Of course, I would be honored.
Okay. All right. So we'll get back to that. Matter of fact, actually, no. Why don't you go ahead and give me a metalsmithing roll. One raise. Are you trying to do anything funky with the thing? You've got a whole day to work on it.
I'd like to engrave it really fancy.
Okay.
And
Is it just going to be a metal mace, or is it going to be an MDC mace, or is it going to?
Yeah, I can do an MDC mace. I wish I had a list of.
Well, you just think about it.
Yeah. I'd,
All right.
I'd like to imbue it with some kind of power, but I don't know what I could imbue it with that wouldn't be considered like a weapon. Like, I don't want to make it like have increased damage or make it some kind of super powerful thing. Because
Can you imbue healing?
you know,
in it?
it's a mace for appearance, not combat.
Is it possible to imbue healing in it?
Yeah, I think I could do that.
Give me another metalsmithing roll.
Maybe like minor healing, so it's not like.
Yeah, you might want to spend a penny. You're not going to do it with that roll.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I can keep going if 7's not enough.
It's not. He
You're
wants
going to need some raises to do something like that. That's a raise. Yeah, it'll offer healing to the whoever's holding it, minor healing.
All right. Yeah, I think that's probably good.
All right. All right. And it's beautifully engraved.
Great.
You got as far as the making it and not the imbuing it part, you got to roll to 10, and so yeah, it's gorgeous. What colors is it? What metals does it look like it's made out of?
I'm gonna need to go to Mark for host colors. Is it the same as just Ukrainian colors, gold and blue, and like silver?
Well, this has nothing to do with the host. This is right. That the hetman is who you're going to have run this chunk of Ukraine instead of Orlov.
Yeah, I
So
know.
it's nothing to do with
okay.
Cossacks.
Could be
Oh,
subtle
okay.
and do it that way though, but just saying.
Yeah, I thought it was the leader of a bunch of different hosts, like kind of like a president of all the hosts.
No. It's going to be the leader of this chunk of Ukraine to replace
well,
Orlov.
Then yeah, Ukrainian colors.
Okay.
Definitely gold, and I don't know if I could anodize steel to be. I not anodize. When you temper steel, it changes
Absolutely.
colors.
I commissioned a custom knife for Irina's dad, and they used flame to make part of the metal blue, the handle,
Yeah.
the metal, and they actually got, by using heat and whatever, part of the handle is yellow. So yeah, absolutely, you can do that.
And it
Yeah,
looks
I'd love
it
to
looks
temper it differently like that.
it looks badass too, by the way. I'm just looking at some tempered blue steel right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I'd
absolutely.
like to do that with yellows and blues and
Gold and okay, yeah, it looks awesome. Great. So is it Thursday morning yet?
Yes.
Anything else someone want to do?
ZT, did you have anything?
Actually, yes, but
Go ahead then.
yeah.
That's cool.
So ZTeach is going to work on several items. He's going to pull out his lab and work on several smaller items, mixing different chemicals and doing them with some of the power that he's pulled together, different batteries and alkalines and stuff. And he's going to end up with 3 what look like glass vials of a bubbling red liquid. And he's going to end up with. Where are you? And you. There you are. And 3. They're also small glass vials, but they have an attachment point for a hyperspray. And they are going to be like a bright blue, like almost glowing but not quite glowing blue, bubbling liquid.
And there's also 2 things I want to do on that evening before Wednesday. I know you guys skipped ahead.
So it's a bubbling liquid to do what?
So I have 3 healing potions, which are just items that are able to be used by anyone that heal.
Oh, okay. I got it.
And 3 boost or lower traits, which
I
have to be used with a hyperspray.
I gotcha. Okay. So roll whatever you got to roll.
So I actually roll it when they activate it.
Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough.
And I'm going to say that the boost lower traits are going to boost shooting.
Okay.
So they help with aiming and targeting specifically the types of the brain that are used for shooting.
Great. Okay, fantastic. Mr. Orris, you wanted to do something?
Yeah, I have 2 things. Number 1 is before Xander would have gone, I would have gone and gotten Z-Teach's stuff out of the back of the vehicle. While
He's not gone.
okay,
He's not left.
Okay, so I would still go.
But you went and got his stuff. I got
I
it.
went and got Z-Teach's stuff and put it in his room. And then the second thing is that evening I would have found Z-Teach, and I would say to him, I understand what you've told us, what you want to do. Are you sure you want to tie your fortunes to Sveta and I, seeing as we are very known to the DoD?
How many people do you think live in this world that our ancestors created that help strangers? Because I'm guessing that with that question, you think there are far more than there actually are.
I don't understand.
Not many would risk their lives to help strangers. If even half of the stories I have heard of you or that walking statue that is Sveta are true, then there are no other people. There are no other horses to tie my wagon to.
Fair enough. It would serve you well to ask her if she's grown every time you see her. And then I leave.
I wonder if she has. He mumbles to himself as he gets back to work on his serums. I'll have to keep an eye on that.
That's outstanding. All right. Oksana. I have to keep looking at my notes. Oksana comes and gets the three of you and takes you to breakfast on Thursday morning. And as you're halfway through your breakfast, she comes back and notifies the three of you that Yimmelin and his party have been spotted crossing the bridge.
And to be clear, Orist is not wearing the normal clothes that he generally wears. He is wearing a full suit of formal Japanese armor today.
Okay. Okay. Outstanding.
Now, he has his armor on underneath it because he can. But the point
Yeah.
is that the outward appearance is not black. It is the black sheen. It is a full suit of ceremonial Japanese armor.
Okay. Fair enough.
And I have my helmet down and I have the headdress on.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. As you sit, you've seen groups of people approach. You can see people coming and going into the building, and you've seen entourages with their flags coming into the building.
Find Yemlin.
Well, you saw these people before Yemlin, but yes.
If they have not gone in yet, then we'll probably walk in step and as entourage.
You are up on a second floor looking down.
Okay.
If you want to do that, you're gonna finish breakfast and go out to meet him, and then you can ride in with him.
Right. That was the plan. Sorry.
Okay.
I should have.
Yeah. But you do see these arrive.
Oh,
And by the way, if you look at Dnipro Dmitry Greshek, that's what he looks like.
Hmm.
You've met him already.
stand by one.
He's in the upper right.
Yep, I'm trying to get them all fit on the stream. There we go.
Just curious, where did you get these flags from? Are they like the city flags?
They actually are the city flags, yeah.
That's cool.
Igor Gravenchko, he looks reputable and trustworthy.
He's a very large man.
Yeah. Creevy Ree looks like a vampire.
Nimoy.
Nimoy! Malcolm, Nimoy!
Petro looks like Amadeus.
Dropping on toys.
Nice.
Petro looks like what?
Amadeus.
Never mind.
Oh,
Mozart.
Him and his entourage are very colorful, very flashy, and
Thank you guys.
you can see well, they come from Donetsk, and you can see they're used to the whole cyberpunk aesthetic.
Did they bring our horses? Just checking. Yeah, so find.
Okay, you ride out, you meet Yimelin, and they and you they before they get to the building, they all leave the horses at stables, and you walk back in with them. And you're flying. I don't know if you remember, but you are. Boyani is actually flying your standard, which is the guy in the red coat here.
Mhm.
So,
And it does just so happen that my samurai armor is red, so that's good.
nice. So yeah, you guys walk in, and as you guys get in, you see that you see everybody head towards the stage. They've all got an assistant or two, and they've all got an assistant or two, and the gentleman from Luhansk has a woman with him named Olga. By the way, if you've wondered, that's what Boyani looks like. We've seen him in a number of adventures. In the crowd, you see a gentleman with no insignia at all, but in kind of a uniform, sitting in the crowd watching. And the other, you see the Cossack host, and they're the Iron host. And you see that it's hard to tell with Ivan Vanko, but you see among his entourage that they have a lot of cybernetics. And you actually saw their horses go by when you were going out to meet Yimelin, and they have a lot of cyber horses. And as you and Yimelin are reaching, about to reach the stage, you hear commotion behind you, and they're shouting, "You can't be here. You're not welcome."
Turn and see who it is.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's a Rakshasa. Kill it. Sorry.
You see the gentleman on the left looks like a king, or the leader or something. He is accompanied by 4 warriors. He says, we are a part of this world, and we should be here for this election. He will rule us too. We were faithful to Orlov. We were forced to be, and we will provide our allegiance to whoever is elected today. And we believe we have every right to be here.
Who is telling them that they don't have the right to be here?
Dimitri's guards.
I actually... do I see Dimitri?
He is at the table, and no, he seems disinterested. His guards will take care of it.
I whisper to Yemelin, how do you feel about this?
if they, he says, he says, our host has never cared. He said there are good humans, bad humans. He says, you know, there are problems with some DBs, but others are fine. He says, as we've always taught, it's each man to his soul.
So should they not be allowed entrance?
If what he says is true, if they, if they're going to support Ukraine, isn't that what we're here for?
I take a beat and see what happens, whether the guards let him through or not.
Guards, no. There's continuing arguing. We're not letting. Period. They're not letting him in. He says, we're from the town of Rosdori. We have been here for 2 lifetimes.
I say to Yemelin, I will defer to your wisdom. I feel it is wrong that they are kept out. Do you wish me to get involved or stay out of it?
They may need help. Follow your heart.
I will call out to my brain stopped working. Hold on 1 second.
Uri Pavlenko shouts, let him in. He's the guy in the bottom right from Mariupol. Let him in. Let him in.
I will say, Dmitri, should not all have a voice in this procession?
They're not human.
Doesn't matter. If they fight for Ukraine?
You know, in the Cataclysm, the stories tell us we lost 80% of our people to creatures that came from other worlds.
And the Cataclysm was what, 1,000 years ago?
A long time.
And people and those that are here after people have had a long time to change. Do we not want to be better?
And Uri stands up. Uri Pavlenko says, for Ukraine, let them in. Petro Zarchenko, you could see him smile. And he says, sure, more entertainment. Bring them in. I'm sure it'll be fun. Dmitri kind of looks over. Nobody else kind of says a yes or a no. And he nods to the guards. And there's a lot of eyes on them as they walk to the, if you look at the room, they find a spot here. If you see where I'm pointing.
I do.
Okay. And they have a seat.
I nod to them as they pass.
They nod back.
Does Yemelin go up on the stage?
Yes. Yes.
I assume the assistants are not going, or the entourage are not going on stage.
The entourage does not, but they each have an assistant with them.
Okay.
And by the way, Patriarch Michaelo is also on the stage.
Perfect. So then we'll take seats and watch the procession.
Most of the people look pretty civilian. Like I said, there's this guy in a kind of uniform-ish kind of clothes. Ivan Vanko takes the stage. Boyani takes the stage with... no, Boyani doesn't. What am I thinking?
No, not Boyani. What's his name?
Chef
Dorillo.
Boyani?
No,
Perillo does.
Barillo. Yeah.
Olga takes the stage with Viktor Yanukovych, the man from Lugansk.
As he shall always be known from now on.
This guy. She takes the stage with him. What, the man from Lugansk?
Yes. Trademark. 2021.
All right. So, Dmitri stands and motions, and Michaela walks up to the podium. This one here, and says, "Our leaders have arrived. We have our witnesses, and we shall begin the meeting."
I am, by the way, constantly scanning for threats.
Okay. And where are you guys, by the way? You can have seats wherever you want. Are you three together?
Yeah, I think we'd be together.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about front right over here? Like, actually not here, but farther back. I can't ping any farther back. But that way we can see the whole room, right, from that position, right?
Yeah. Okay, you guys can have the... is Boyani going to sit with you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you guys have the... do you want front row or back row?
Front row.
Front row. So you're front row all the way to the right on that section. Okay?
Because the only line of sight we would not have is kind of that back row, right side.
Yeah.
Other than that, we'd see everything in here.
Okay, the guy in uniform is here.
Okay.
The lion guys are over here.
Hi, Nay. Welcome to the stream.
And of course, everybody's up here. Yemelin is here. And, okay. So, excuse me. So, Michaela, isn't that what I said, Michaela? Yeah, Michaela, who is at this podium here, says, everyone has arrived. Our leaders are on the stage. Our witnesses are here to see the proceedings and to provide required questioning. And with that, we give the floor to the stage.
I have a question. Out of character question.
Okay.
Since we're familiar with what this is, I'm assuming we have some kind of idea of what the proceedings entail.
Yeah, organized chaos, basically.
Right. And part of that organized chaos is, can anyone nominate, or does it only have to come from the stage?
Has to come from the stage.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
It looked like you were hanging up the phone when you did. You kind of. That's funny. Almost immediately, and I'll go back to the picture of the leaders. The guy from Luhansk stands up, and he says, He has been a protector of people. He has been, his host has protected many. And because of this, our hetman should be Ivan Vanko. Ivan stands up and holds his arm up. I accept the nomination. I am the proper choice for hetman. And he sits down, and Victor is still standing there, and he says, he pauses for half a second. There are no other nominations. I say we vote. And I'm pausing because your mouth is full.
Thank you. I just curious. Did you got to stop with all the B names? It's not biryani because that's rice. That's Indian rice.
Boyani.
No, not Boyani because he's next to us.
I think this is a problem.
The one on the stage with Yemelin, his left hand.
With Yemelin. That's Kirillo.
Okay. Carrillo. That's right. Okay. I'm staring daggers at Carrillo. Why isn't he nominating Yemelin?
Well, I mean, that just kind of happened kind of instantly.
And what's
Carrillo kind of...
What's the decorum for the onlookers in the stands? Are they allowed to cheer, boo, say here, or are they all supposed to be super silent and just watch?
No. Chaos.
Okay.
I have questions. I want to, it's normally, grill the guy and he has to prove his worth kind of thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Side question. I don't know if you covered it earlier. Is Archer here?
My deepest apologies. Also on the stage is Archer.
Good. You probably brought all your mounts.
I was about to say, it's like all these people are like, we fought for Ukraine. It's like, you haven't done shit.
Yeah, Archer is actually on the stage, and I thank you so much. Yes, Archer's here.
That changes questions quite a bit. Yes. I will stand up and I will ask of what was his name of the Iron Host?
Ivan Vanko.
I will say, how many troops did Ivan Vanko commit to the overthrowing of the warlord Orlov? And then sit down.
We have not directly fought Orlov, but we have protected villagers. We have defeated many, many demons and monsters. And there are whole villages, there are whole parts of the country because we were there to fight. That's what I did. That's what my host has done. We have always been there for the people.
This is Yuri Pavlenko talking?
Ivan Vanko.
Oh, Ivan Vanko.
The leader of the Iron Host. Just
yeah.
That guy. By the way, why don't the three of you make a notice roll?
Do we know what region of Ukraine he's from?
Mark probably does if he makes a some kind of roll after he makes a notice roll.
Stand by.
Well, I noticed anything with that.
Well, I noticed more than my shoes for once.
And how about you, Z-Teach? Notice?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You guys succeeded. Well, two of you did. Based on how he moves, and matter of fact, the person probably notices it before anybody else is Z-Teach. You're pretty sure that Ivan is augmented with cybernetics too.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it it's all covered up.
And quick question. They had to generally work with the warlord for that to occur, correct?
Orloff frowned on anybody but his people having cybernetics. That's true, yes.
What was the role you wanted me to do?
Oh,
Shooting?
knowledge. Some kind of knowledge or smarts.
Hey.
There you go.
Hey.
Hey, yeah, you got this. They actually are from an area between Donetsk and Lugansk. And they range from Donetsk to Lugansk and actually somewhat into the steppes in Russia.
But that would still fall in Orloff's territory, correct?
All of it in Orlov's territory, yes.
So then I would stand up and say, you appear to be augmented. Orloff did not allow other people that did not have his blessing to be augmented. Did you work with Orloff? And then sit down again.
It's really sounding like you're making friends.
And actually, the warlord to the south, which is Warlord Sokolov, they actually, that they range into his territory too. Warlord Sokolov. He says words like that again, and we can settle this outside. Those are the vilest of accusations, and I deny them.
Yet, you did not participate with Artur in the overthrowing of Orloff.
We've defended villages as we've been able to.
As have all of us. And I thank you for that. But before it is put to a vote, would it not be wise to hear of others' accomplishments as well? I mean no disrespect. I am of a host myself. I want to make sure that we all make the right choice. If I have offended you, I apologize. If you still feel the need to speak with me after, I understand. And I sit down.
Danila Savenko stands up and says, "Thank you for the enlightenment and clarification of these matters. However, before we vote, I want to nominate somebody who I think has been a leader for a great long time. I nominate Artur." And there's actually some clapping. And Viktor Yanukovych slams his fist on the table and says, "Out of order. I already called for the vote." And Michaela says, "It was not affirmed. We will take more nominations." Archer stands up and says, "I accept the nomination. I believe my actions, my efforts speak for themselves." And he sits down. And across the way. Just a second. I'm looking up something. There we go. Okay. Oh, too bad then. The guy with the lion guy with the horns, and you can't tell if they're ornamentation or real. You're not sure. But he stands up and he says, "I am Narden." And he says, I am Narden from the town of Rosdori. And Arthur's men, some of his men, I haven't met him directly, but the men he leads came and saved our town. We were being attacked by strange creatures, and they came and protected us. So I believe, and I second this nomination. And he sits down. So we have two names. Or actually, I don't know why I'm using my deep announcer voice. Michaela says we have two nominations. Are there any other nominations or a call for votes? And Igor Kravchenko stands and says, I know of one man who has done very much for all of us. And he says, I nominate
Orloff.
Yemelin. He says, I nominate Yemelin. Yemelin stands and says, thank you. It has always been our intent to help wherever we can. And Igor nods and sits down. And there's somebody stands up out of the crowd. It's the guy with the weird uniform. And he says, be honest, Yemelin. He says, your host has survived under Orloff's rule because you hid and cowed and refused to confront anything head on like the Iron Host did. Isn't that the truth?
And I stand at this point and I say...
Yemelin stands and says...
Mark, you're muted if you're...
Go ahead, John.
Okay. So.
Yemelin stands and says, we were never at a strength to confront Orloff directly. But we found other means.
And I stand and I say, I am Orist Wasalu, son of Eric, adopted son of June, champion of the Juicer tournament, tamer of Dralmlathun the Hand Dog, samurai of the Jushan province, and member of the Zaprovian host. And I will concur. The Zaprovian host has never been at a strength to directly challenge Orloff. However, it was Yemelin's wisdom and counsel that sent myself and my friends to assist Arthur in doing so. He did not have to risk one of his own. He did not have to fund and able and provision us to do what we did. None of us have spoken about the DOD, the Disciples of Destiny, that are making huge incursions across the country and are a dangerous force. And yet it is Yemelin and Artur that have both tackled this head on by strategically sending assets to neutralize whatever they can and protect all of us from these forces. I not only second Yemelin, I second Artur. Either one would make a wise counsel for the entire country. I fought by Artur's side when we attacked Orloff's compound, and I can attest to his character, his leadership, and I can attest to Yemelin's wisdom, strength, and tactical prowess. And I sit down.
Gigi will start clapping and then realize that no one else is clapping and slowly stop clapping.
Well, there's some clapping. You can tell it's very partisan. It's people are. Ivan Vanko stands and he says, my host is strong. We are the iron. We are the iron host. And it is the forces of evil crush and just break against our steel plates. We are the ones that can lead Ukraine and rule. We'll rule with iron. And it's the iron that is needed. And if you guys allow, what's going to happen now, unless you want to do something, I'll always throw that in, is we're going to have about 2.5 hours of arguing that we're going to fast forward through. And
I actually need to hear that fighting. In voices, if possible.
So, 2.5 hours of arguing later. Oh, we're waiting for Mark to finish chewing.
I second Daniel's recommendation. I would like to know, I need to sketch out the argument tree so I can destroy their logic. So if you could please elaborate.
It's only fair if we hear all the arguments.
So 2.5 hours later.
I mean, this is the future of our country. It is not something to be taken lightly.
So
and that's something that this ET cares about.
2.5 hours later of C-SPAN arguments that nobody quite comes to blows, but those Eastern European things where parliamentarians turn into WWE. It's everybody mostly stays in their seat or near their seat, but there's arguing and there's even a couple pushes and stuff. And there's after 2.5 hours, there's not really a resolution. And Michaela gets quiets everybody down and says that there's been a decision and we're going to break for lunch. And there will be lunch served, and it's where you guys had breakfast up on that second floor, and everyone is invited.
I think when Yemelin comes off the dais, we should escort him. I say to Zetich and Zveta and Boyani, even though Boyani may need to go do cooking duties beforehand. Because he is a chef. Chef Boyani.
Let me see this real quick. There we go. Bam, bam, bam. Sveta, you and Orist, please make notice rolls.
Okay. Boom.
Boom.
Wow.
Boom.
Wow. You two notice that Vladimir Petrov has been staring intently at Z-Teach during these last 2 hours.
So my quick question is, how close is his outfit to the DoD outfit?
It's not gray, but it's a military style uniform.
But do you mean mine or Vladimir's?
Vladimir's.
Okay. I mean, yours is you haven't told me you changed clothes, so you're still wearing a DoD uniform.
Yeah,
Yeah, everything except for the jacket. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you still even have the shoulder boards on your shirt showing your rank
Sure, why not?
as a captain of the science detachment.
I would also find Oksana and ask to get him a change of clothes, because I realized that about halfway through the thing too.
You're like, if the DoD is a serious threat, and then you look over at me and go, oh, crap.
That's hilarious.
See, I didn't think about it either.
I would have told them that you had infiltrated them and just got back. If anybody pointed out or asked.
So everybody goes up to lunch.
It's Stromboli. It's delicious.
Do you guys sit with Yumelin?
Yeah, we're like his bodyguard. Not his entourage, his bodyguard contingent.
Okay, all right.
Is Archer sitting with us?
Yeah,
Is he on-
yeah,
is
he's-
on-
Nearby, yes. He has his own entourage, but yes, you're at adjoining tables.
Okay.
Why don't you three make a notice roll?
When we're sitting, I would like to sit next to Z-Teach. Where's my notice? There's 10 again.
With a raise.
Yeah, Boyani's outdone himself. This Stromboli is great. Someone else say something.
Hey.
Sorry. I said a whole lot. I just said it through my fingers.
Not it.
Let me know if you need to know who any of that is. I can switch maps if you need me to.
Yeah, back to the other page. Okay. Are the other two within earshot of me, like whispering to them?
Not until you guys get to the tables, and then yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on them, and when we get to the tables, I'll tell the other two that I just saw Vladimir Petrov hand something to Viktor Yanukovych and
Yanukovych.
Yanukovych.
And who was the guy that had the hard on for Z-Teach?
That is
Vladimir.
Vladimir Petrov.
Okay.
And Viktor Yanukovych is the one that nominated the head of the Iron Host.
Right. And why
From-
why don't I see Petrovich? Is he on the other street? Oh, he was the guy in the uniform.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say Petrovich has been staring daggers at you for a while now.
Mhm.
Z-Teach.
I noticed, but there's not really much I can do about it.
I will actually turn to Yemelin and say, I hope nothing I said was out of line.
He just smiles and pats your arm. He says, "Now, time to eat."
Indeed.
And there's all kinds of traditional Ukrainian stuff. There's vareniki and borscht and sallow and a fair amount of vodka at various tables.
And Ukrainian stromboli is the best, I'm just saying.
And of course that, yes. How could I forget?
I'm going to eat, and then I'm actually going to... I'm going to, excuse myself for a moment and head over to Arthur's table.
Okay.
And I will approach him and clasp him on the shoulder, and I will lean in and I will say, I hope nothing I said offended. You know, my allegiance is with both of you. You are both great.
He says, I appreciated your words.
And I don't know how this is going to go, but food's good.
He laughs.
That's it. I'll head back.
Okay.
Actually, I will give
you
him
see, as you're heading back, you see...
Hold on. I will actually say, and one other thing, we saw Petrovich hand something to Yanukovych.
Yanukovych.
Don't know what that's about, but I know I don't need to tell you to keep your eyes peeled.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And then when I go back, I make sure that Yemelin has the same information if we didn't share it with him already.
Okay. Well, before you get there, when you turn around and start heading back, you see Patriarch Mikhailo is talking to Yemelin.
I will wait.
They laugh, shake hands, and the Patriarch heads back towards there's another table that has some of his other clerics and such sitting there.
I will then impart that to Yemelin if we didn't already, and then I will sit down again.
So he's got a pretty big entourage, Yemelin does, and he says, maybe you should see what you can find out about that. That seems to be what you and your friends are very good at.
I understand he's confused, but that Z-Teach is gone. I'm just kidding. Okay. I nod and head back to them. And I will ask, did you see what it was that he handed off? Sveta?
No. No, I only saw they handed something.
You're not quite sure.
Yeah.
Let me see. You got 2 raises.
I might have saw something. Huh?
Wait a minute. Let me think again. It vaguely looked to be the shape of maybe a credit stick.
Hmm. So we'll share that information.
I mean, that doesn't seem too suspect. I mean, obviously it's politics, so somebody's paying somebody off in most cases. He probably paid him to nominate the head of the Iron Host. The question is why? why would Yanukovych no, why would the other guy want to nominate the Iron Host? Petrov. Sure. I'll try the direct approach. I turn to Sveta and say, I'll try the direct approach. And I turn to Z-Teach and say, rescue me if you need to. And then I'll walk over to Petrov.
Okay. He's not here at lunch.
Oh, he's not?
Mm-mm. No. Yanukovych is showed up after you guys, and he's with his folks eating, but you don't see Petrov.
I will actually head over to Yanukovych then.
Okay.
And I will wave a hand, and say, may we talk for a moment?
He motions. There's not a chair, but he kind of motions to the front of the table there.
Yeah, I'll if I can sit, I'll sit. If not, I'll take a knee.
Okay.
So I'm at his level if he's sitting down.
Yes.
Yeah, I will say, I have never, I'll be the first to admit I have never been one for politics. I am at a loss for how this all ever eventually unravels itself. But I am curious. Do you know why? I've never met the man before, but do you know why was it Petrovich? Was that his name?
Vladimir Petrov.
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 Yeah. Sorry, thanks. I would say, do you know why Petrov would want to nominate the Iron Host?
I have no idea. I hardly know the man. I've seen him in the crowd as you have.
And can you switch back? I'm sorry.
Oh, Yanukovych?
Yeah, I want. Does it say where he's from? Luhansk, right?
Lugansk.
Where is Luhansk?
Um,
I'm sorry, I can't pull up the map. Otherwise, I would.
It's okay. I told you before that the Iron Host is between. They range between Donetsk and Lugansk.
Oh, okay. Lugansk is the one far to the east, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is where Yanukovych is from,
right.
Lugansk.
And then I will say, I am obviously a Cossack. I love my people, and I love Ukraine. I must admit, I don't know a lot about the Iron Host, but you nominated them. I'm curious to find out why.
I believe that he says this is easy. He says, I believe that Ivan Vanko has done a lot for Ukraine, and I believe he would be a strong iron leader. And as soon as he says that, his entourage kind of cheer to lead us. He says, we need someone strong who will protect us from the wilds and from whatever is going to come now that we don't have Orlov. Yes, he was a demon, but he also did provide protection.
So, following that logic, this is my true question. And maybe we are of a like mind and maybe we're not. We wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for Artur. He's the one who called this because he and his men were strong enough to defeat Orlov. But the Iron Host was not a part of that. So how do you, in your mind, reconcile one with the other. And that is not an attack or an accusation. I'm simply asking, I am curious to know your thought process because maybe there is something I am missing. I have read many times that it is the unwise man who never questions his own volitions. And so I am questioning, have I missed something?
I know Ivan Vanko, and he has my vote completely.
Very well. Thank you for talking to me.
He nods.
And I nod and go back to my table. Well, that was a bust.
They've allowed 2 hours for lunch. So far, about 20 minutes have gone by. You still don't see Petrov.
Do we see anyone from Petrov's like entourage or any of the people who's with him?
You never saw an entourage with him. He was just a guy
out
in the crowd.
Yeah.
He kind of stuck out because he was more uniformy wearing than other people.
And who is he? Like, he's
He's a guy in the crowd.
Just a guy.
He's just a guy, you know.
We
Who got that
asked somebody.
reference?
Yeah, we asked somebody who's that, and somebody said, "Oh, that's Ivan Petrov," and that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
What kind of guy? He's just a guy, you know? And that's the reference. Yeah.
There's the reference, yep.
Well, you gentlemen wanted to, or gentleman and lady want to take a walk outside, see if we can spot Petrov, or
The way he was looking at me, it makes me wonder if he hasn't run back to report something.
that could
If
be.
they had their own spy.
Hmm.
Um,
That is a possibility.
I'm sorry I didn't think of that sooner. I kind of forgot, to be honest. Yeah, let's take a stroll and see if we can find him outside.
So you guys go outside. And you still see you see Alexander still with the car for some reason, but he's still there. And you see around the square, you see similar things, some kind of air car here, or you see in some courses some. You don't really see cars per se. I mean, it's still Rifts after all, but you do see like some armored truck / bus looking things. You see, over
Nicholas Bartley, thanks for the love.
over here, you actually see Petrov, and he's got his back to you. And by the way, that's a gift, because I forgot to say make a notice roll. But since I already said it, there he is. He's got his back to you, and he's it doesn't exactly look like he's hiding, but he's kind of half obscured by some bushes. But you guys notice him.
Sure, I'll attempt to.
I'm gonna pass out the healing potions
You guys are here.
and the shooting potions, attaching them to a small hyposphere piece.
Okay.
Does it look like he's talking to someone, like talking to himself?
It does look like he's talking. He's got one hand up against his head.
Okay. I would like to try and get close enough. This is not going to go well. In ceremonial Japanese armor,
Sneaky, sneaky.
I'm going to try and sidle up as quietly as possible and overhear what he's saying.
Do you have sneak or stealth or? I think everybody has stealth, right?
Yeah, everyone
do
has
have
at least
stealth.
a D4.
I do have stealth.
You have a D4.
I have a D4.
You can make a stealth roll.
Ha ha ha! I'll take my meager 1 success.
Wow. I believe that is a opposed roll.
The question is, does he get a bonus on his opposed roll because he's sneakily trying to talk to someone? Or does he get a minus because he's busy talking to someone?
That is the question.
You walk up to the bush, so you can't quite see him, but you've put the bush between you and him. And you hear him say, "Yes, I'm not certain, but I believe it is Comrade Captain Scientist. Yes. If those are your orders, yes, I will."
Bum, bum, bum. Maybe Mark didn't have to shoot me.
Okay. So, let's ask about what I know about the law. If I were to just straight up, yeah, okay, never mind. I answered my own question. Let's force his hand. I will spin around the bush.
Actually, your second card is a 10.
Okay.
So before that happens,
Oh, yes. Okay.
before you spin around the bush,
Yes.
are you guys with him, by the way, or are you back by the building?
Unless he told me to come with
That's
him,
our good friend.
I stayed closer back. I would have moved up a little bit, try to get a better view, but I wouldn't have come very close.
Yeah, because I figure
I'm
you
standing
guys...
directly next to Z-Teach.
Yeah.
Okay. Good, because you guys didn't make stealth rolls, so
Yeah.
that fits with what I believe should have happened. Okay, so the bush parts partially, and there's a shimmer, kind of like a predator shimmer, and you know exactly what you're looking at, and
Just imagining that, like, Homer sinking into the bush meme, like, it's in reverse.
kind of, yeah.
Only
And
wearing Japanese armor.
a sword flashes out, and you manage to parry as the first attack. And he wow, oh wow, okay, amazing. I rolled a 2 and then less than a 2, and he tries to swing again, and you're just not even there to be hit. Sveta, make a notice roll.
Your shoes.
You don't see anything, but you do see Orist. You've been around Orist. You've seen Orist fight.
Yeah.
Orist looks like he's dodging something, but it's like he's dodging the bush. It doesn't make any sense to you.
Would it be enough to cause alarm?
He looks like he's dodging something. That's what you know.
He would have heard the parry, though, would he not?
It was quiet.
Okay.
I don't know. Sveta's a pretty cautious person. I think she would still at least become a little alert.
Okay, well, it's your turn. What you gonna do?
Hmm. Can I hold my turn for after Z teach?
Yes.
I'll do that.
Okay. Mr. Shinkansen, before you do anything, you hear shadows. We love to eat shadows. Let us bite him. Let us bite him.
I will. And I will. I will. Damn, what was his name one more time? Petrov?
Yes.
I will shout. Petrov is DOD and a shadow enforcer's here. And then I will attack the darkness. Where's the Cheetos? Let's see.
You have a -1.
Yeah. I'm just going to have it figure that in. 18.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep.
And then the
You
second
hit.
one- the second one, not so much. But that's
Not
okay.
so much.
No.
Looks like 17. With armor piercing 10.
So 27.
Correct.
Yes, he is shaken.
And Sveta, you most definitely saw me draw my sword and attack something.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Zetich.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn to Seth and go, what should we do?
Wait, I don't think I'm done.
No.
Oh,
I wasn't
do
done.
you get 2 attacks?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I
Yeah.
took defeat. Is a 5 enough?
No.
Okay, I will probably reroll that momentarily. I'll reroll it now. Oh, I don't have a Benny, even though it says I have a Benny.
No, you have a Benny. I gave them to you.
Yeah, I can't see it. You'll have to steal it.
Oh, I have to steal it?
Yeah, I don't see it in there.
Oh, that's bizarre. All right. Huh. All right. Well, you're at 0 now. You've spent your Benny.
Okay. I'll try that again. There we go. Does an 11
There you
hit?
go.
That'll hit.
Okay. And then with the second attack, does an 8? Oh, a 7.
No.
7 hit. Sorry. Okay.
Yep. No.
So 21.
21.
Yes.
He's shaken and has 1 wound.
Okay.
Okay.
And then that is my turn.
Okay. And then Z-Teach says,
What should we be doing in this situation?
Do you have armor?
Does it look like I have armor?
Last Z teach had a talisman that protected him. I don't know.
Yeah, but that guy was pure magic.
Fair enough. Stay close to me.
And then Z-Teach will, because you're going after Z-Teach?
Yes.
Z-Teach will,
Wherever you go, I go. So
Okay. Mark, I heard you said you gave back.
The SDC pistol with the circuitry that you could pump power PP into.
Then you said that you grabbed my roll and put it in my tent.
Oh yeah, or your room, whatever it was. So you'd have access to all your stuff.
Okay. So he's going to try to no, first he's going to inject himself with the boost lower trait.
Okay.
So he'll take the hyper spray and he'll push it deep into his shoulder and hit the button and like shake for a little bit as it distributes through his system, and it will. And now I will roll that, and I will Benny. This
That's
is
cool.
just
You can
not
fire
roll
it as a
well.
dart.
Yeah, if it's set up as a dart, he can fire it as a dart for lower trait, so you don't have to.
Oh, okay.
That's
There you
better.
go.
Wow.
Science.
2 raises? Wait.
Elastic
2 raises.
Yeah, 2 raises, yeah.
And
Bits and pieces and bits and pieces.
oh shoot, why did I do it that way? Usually I have all the numbers, and apparently I didn't put the numbers in there. 1 second. Boost lower trait, boost lower trait, boost lower trait.
Real flesh and blood.
Is it supposed to be boot or boost?
I do not.
Boost. Is it boot? I boot the trait. I no longer have gun. I no gun longer. Okay. Okay. So he injects himself. It goes up by 2, which means he's now rolling a D12 for
Pull out
shoot.
a hammer and smack yourself in the head so you have brain damage.
Throw your boot and it fires like a gun. Boot trait.
Shooting. So I'm gonna up my shooting to a D12. And that's 5 rounds of that. So you guys are gonna have to keep track of how long that lasts for you. But and then next round I will shoot, because that's my action, is injecting myself.
Okay. Seta.
Brum, 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 brum.
I'm gonna whisper you, John.
You what?
I'm gonna whisper you.
Oh, okay. Sure.
You.
From my hands, why don't people understand my inventions?
Weird science.
I almost pulled up the song, and then I realized that it would actually go through the Zoom loop, the Zoom link, not to mention the stream. Now that I'm using the mixer,
Okay, sure.
Is that under smithing? What do I roll?
Do you need to activate that?
Yeah, I don't know if that needs an activation. I mean,
Because it's a spell, right?
yes. I mean,
Are you
as far
sure
as
you
official rule books go.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get what you did there, but I don't think you can just unlock a spell that way, because what you would have had to do with your raise is you would have had to take in spellcaster basically in order to get access to the spells. Because that's not a I mean, I get what you're trying to do, and that's actually pretty darn clever.
So there's. Is that another edge? Like,
Yeah, yeah. Spellcaster is
I thought that would fall into like the arcane background miracles kind of thing.
it is actually, yeah. Um, and actually, Daniel knows better than I do. Unfortunately, ironically, what edge does he have to take in order to cast a spell?
Ooh. I didn't think it was an edge. Hold on one second.
Is it just a character class that gives you access to that?
Well, I mean, so powers are powers, right? Like it doesn't have to be a spell. A spell is how the original Z teaches it. This one uses weird science. So
Right.
those are special backgrounds that give you access to being able to use powers.
Right.
So it would be a background you would have to take. Background edges, I think. Arcane
So-
background, for example.
I took arcane background miracles.
Tribute situations power and how to use them. Okay, so chapter 5.
Okay, that. There we go.
But usually you have to select a number of powers that you
Yeah.
already know when you have that background. So if you selected that background before,
Yeah.
then when you select it, you should draw that. But I'm looking for the chapter 5 that talks about it. So 1 second.
I've had like a pool of spells that my character could learn, but I just didn't have the skill points for it. So when I took the raise, I wanted to unlock one of them.
So
Gotcha.
when you do your raise, you have to take an additional edge. Okay, so let me see if I can. I need to looking because you should have selected X number of powers at whenever you got that background.
Yeah.
And those are the ones they're from a list of possible powers, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't have access to all of them. None of them do. And so you would select, I can't remember how many it is. I think it's like 3 or 4. And then when you get a chance to take an edge, you would take the edge powers, I think, or additional powers, and that gives you more options. Like you can select 2 more, 1 more, or whatever it says.
Okay. So then that's what my raise should be. Should be the additional powers edge.
Yes, but you should also select those original ones, because those are free. But I need to find how many that is.
So you took the arcane background edge.
Yes.
And then with the arcane background, you have to select a specific flavor. So like Z-Teach was magic, this one was weird science.
And he's
Yeah, but here's the thing is and I'm not trying to be, difficult here, but your background was divine mystic blacksmith, right? So the arcane background is what allows you to make magic stuff and to use your hammer. But then, so I'm just trying to think through this.
I had everything on my power list for things that like we talked about before.
Right. So you took like artificer, I think you have, right?
Yeah.
Right. And is one of your powers.
Well, our artificer is actually a special edge.
Well, it's a power edge, right?
It's a edge that allows you to build magical items. I have that as well as part of my
Right.
weird
But
science.
but it's not like a spell called artificer.
So there are powers and there are edges. So the arcane background miracles starts you with 10 power points, which I'm sure you've been using.
Yeah.
And 3 starting powers. So you should have 3 starting powers, like blast or heal or whatever.
Yes. I started with 3.
Okay, so you have those 3, right?
Yes. Yes.
So you would have to take, when you ranked up or whatever, you would have to take an edge called new powers. and that I think, unless you have other things, which I'm pretty sure you don't, allows you to select 2 powers at whatever rank you're currently allowed to get powers.
Powers 154. So what powers did you take?
I was planning on taking.
Did you take any?
No. Which ones did you take originally when you made the character?
Originally was basically telekinesis, elemental manipulation, and create steel.
Is create steel a special one?
Yeah, that was. I don't know if that's an actual spell, but that's something that
I don't think it's an actual spell, but talking with the GM, you can that's one of those three.
You have. What's your telekinesis?
That's the just the arm of Svarog that lets me.
The invisible arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And so, what were the
That's
other
the
two?
flavor. Yeah.
The other 2 that I had in was deflection, where
No. The original 3.
Elements
The
manipulation.
Okay, just a second. Let me find that. Got it. And that's you starting fires and stuff, right?
yeah. We actually
And-
gimped that a little, so I can't use lots of fire. It's just starting fires and stuff.
Basic control over the 4 traditional elements. And we did limit it to fire. Because, that's what fits who you are.
Yeah.
But
Well, keep in mind that all of these powers, they have to have a specific fluff.
Yeah.
Unless you have wizard, which requires the magic arcane background that allows you to change out your specifics, you would choose elements of manipulation, something specific.
And what was the third one?
Create steel,
Which is
which
in there.
is what which I don't think it's in there. It's what we created so that you can take rusted metal and create new metal from it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Which is
And
very focused.
So
Yeah.
here's where we are. Dan's right. Instead of taking that power, you need to take the edge.
New powers, page 47.
Yeah.
Which allows you to choose 2 new powers. And it can be taken multiple times, but it allows you to take 2 new powers of your rank or lower, normally available to your particular arcane background. And I don't know what Miracle allows.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do.
It's hard because my class doesn't exist in the game, so it's just
Right.
whatever
Okay,
John
so-
lets me do.
So deflection, we're good with deflection. And
And is your fluff for that, the hammer is knocking things out of the way?
it's his invisible arm.
Yeah, my
Nice.
invisible arm
I like that.
can reach out and stop things.
And so you need to look and
And then the last one is bless.
bless.
Yeah.
Which also makes sense.
That does make sense. Blast, blind. Where's bless? Did you make it up, or is it actually in here?
I thought it was actually in there, but
Barrier, beast.
If there's
blast,
not, because I
blind.
don't think there is, you could easily use boost lower trait with the bless descriptor. That's how a lot of my spells worked.
Yeah.
I would take a power that was close and just rename it.
Let me look here, real. Empathy, elemental, tangle, fear, environmental, healing, havoc, illusion, pummel, resurrection, smite, warrior's gift. Yeah, he's right. Boost lore trait, and you just make sure it fits in the trapping of your blessing things.
And it also allows you to be kind of a lot more fluid with what you're blessing.
Yeah.
Because you can
Alright.
pick any skill or any attribute and up it by a degree or 2 degrees with a raise.
Yep. Okay, so you've got deflection on.
Okay.
But you need to make a roll.
Yeah, just
Make your arcane roll.
so. I think my arcane roll ended up being metalsmithing.
Okay, that works. Okay, you've got it with a raise,
Okay.
so it costs you 1 power point less.
Oh, okay.
All right, and so we deal.
Isn't that 2 raises? I'm sorry. Am I on mute?
No.
Okay, I thought it was.
Do you want the king or the joker?
Joker, please. I take that Benny.
But Mark was right. Is that 2 raises? No, it's not.
No, that's a 9. That's 1 raise.
It's
Yeah.
11.
No, it's
Is it
still
maybe-
1 raise because it's
12.
12 is 2.
Oh, 6 is the number. I see.
Yeah.
My bad. I thought it was 4. That's why I was asking.
It is 4. So 4, 8 is 1 raise, 12 is 2 raises.
I see.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
No worries.
Joker. Also, can you guys hear that music?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it too loud?
It's
Annoying? Okay, I'll turn it on.
probably a little distracting.
Yeah.
I don't think it's annoying.
Turn it on.
Were you using it for combat music?
Yes.
What do you think, John? He was doing it for you.
I can do that. It's okay. Whichever. It's a little annoying, but that's okay. All right. So deflection is on, Mr. Shinkansen.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to hit this guy again. First attack.
Missed.
Miss. I'm gonna Benny that. Okay.
Can you Benny your Benny?
I could Benny. Wait, did I? No. Apparently not. You'll have to steal it again. Thank you. Does an 8 hit?
No.
Crap.
Oh!
And I don't have a Benny.
Here, have a Benny.
Thank you. 6 does not hit. And yeah, I just swing at the air a lot
Son of a gun.
this turn.
It did not want you to hit.
Apparently not.
Hmm.
And I will take. I will actually spin around the bush now to Petrov.
Okay.
And I will say, you may get away, but I know who you are and who you work for. Your plans will fail. That's my turn.
Sveta.
So ninja guy's still there?
Maybe. Make a notice roll. Easier to see in melee. You see something's wrong with the bush. You're not sure.
How far am I?
You can get there this turn. If you want to run up and smash the bush, you're in range.
Z teacher, you coming with me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna run up and smash the bush.
Okay.
So that's. Oh,
There's no bush left.
Can I see what she's pointed at? What she's trying to hit?
Make a notice roll.
Because otherwise it just looks like she's attacking a bush.
does a 10 hit?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, you've no idea. He's.
Ooh, nice.
You see Z-Teach, you see Sveta run up, swing her hammer at the bush,
Weird, but okay.
and she hits the bush, and all of a sudden you see this guy in black appear underneath her hammer and fly out the back end of the bush.
Oh. She hit the bush so hard it burst a man.
And you probably would recognize that man. Right?
Oh.
That's true.
There's a chance, yeah.
Yeah, you'd probably at least know what it is.
Do I recognize that man?
Make a knowledge roll.
I keep
Bill, is that you?
my character sheet.
How's the wife?
Poof. Smarts?
And would he
Yeah,
get,
that'll work.
would he get any kind of bonus for actually being in the organization? It's a success.
Here you go. You can have one.
You're gonna re-roll that?
Oh,
Yeah.
There you go.
Better.
Son of a gun.
You didn't work on that project.
Okay.
However, you know of the project, and all you know is you never wanted to see those guys. Anybody that saw those guys was always dead.
Oh. Okay.
It's like, it's kind of, you see that, and they're kind of boogeymen kind of people.
Boogeymen that we know exist.
Yeah.
You know what the funny
Okay.
part is?
Hmm?
You know what the funny part is?
Hmm.
We're going to kill this one and give you his armor just like we did last Z-Teach.
It's your turn, Mr. Z-Teach.
Okay. ZT is going to line up a shot and try to take that shot at
At what?
at the guy. Oh, I can't see him, can I? Because he fell into the bush.
No, he came out
Dead.
the back of... Oh, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, that was just my attack roll. That wasn't damage. And we can, I don't know. 'Cause I clicked the, you know how you have to like click it again to roll damage? I thought I was rolling damage, but I clicked
I thought it was 23 damage. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Oh, I'm fine with him being dead.
It's
He's still
28.
dead.
He's still dead.
Yeah, he's still dead. So it's on you, Mr. Z-Teach.
Okay. So now he is not dead?
No, he's
No,
dead.
he's dead.
Okay. How is Petrov's current state?
I'm threatening him with swords.
Yeah, Oris is standing between you and him.
But it looks like he has it covered.
Well, you can't see past Oris.
But
I
Oris
mean,
is standing still.
Yes. I mean, I'm sure he has some kind of combat stance or something, I'm guessing, but...
ZT will move up to about 12 feet back
Okay.
and to the left with his gun drawn on the man on the ground. If you can see the man on the ground from this distance.
Okay, you can.
Yeah. He's just going to kind of support Overwatch.
Okay. Petrov here sees everything that happens and runs
Are there opportunity-
away from you guys, which is away from the building.
There's no opportunity attacks in this game, is there?
No.
Okay.
Can't even
But-
shoot him as he's running.
I will recall all the cards,
Yep.
and I will shuffle,
Fantastic.
and I will deal one card to all players. I will give Orist a second card.
I'll take the 7.
By the way, I can see the cards now, so at least there's that.
Yeah, they must have done an update.
Sveta.
So we can't shoot at the guy that's running.
You totally can.
Well-
but let me just interject one piece of thought. He is an SDC entity with no armor on that we know of. Just keep that in mind.
So no big guns.
There's a bush between you and him, and but I guess you hear him running.
Oh, it's just a big bush.
It is a big bush, yeah.
Could I step out to the side of the bush?
Yeah, you can walk around Orist
Okay.
and do something.
Yeah, I'll do that and take a shot at him with my bow.
Okay. An SDC or MDC shot? Can your bow shoot SDC?
Yes, if it's just an unenchanted arrow. They're just regular arrows. They don't become MDC until I enchant them.
Okay.
Will a 5 hit?
Yes.
9 with armor piercing 1.
And can we call it as non-lethal? Is that a thing?
Yeah, oh. Yeah, can I? Should I do like a? Now it's after the fact, which I don't know.
Yeah, no, after the fact, because you would have had a minus depending. If you were doing a called shot, you would have had -1 or a -2 depending on where you're shooting, which you may have missed. So you've hit him, you've shaken him, and give me just a
He's shaking,
second.
so he's not running anymore.
Let me look up something. Okay, I'll do it this way.
Yeah, how do you determine where it hit him?
I think it's just normally like a body shot, unless you call it.
Hmm.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, you hit him in the back, in the lower left back.
Okay.
And John, is it possible to call
Right in the kidney.
non-lethal?
You're shooting an arrow. I mean, no. I mean, not unless
What about
you're in the
something
SCA and you're shooting him with tennis balls
What about like
on your arrows.
a laser pistol?
Not with a laser pistol, no. I mean,
No
I guess
you
sense.
could do a
like-
called shot to the leg or called shot to the arm or,
Yeah. Probably the best thing to do.
yeah.
Well, let me
So-
rephrase my question. Okay, so if I run up and I hit him with a katana with the blunt end, does that
With
work?
the pommel,
Yeah. Does that
to
work?
bonk him on the head, yes, you can do that.
Okay.
So that's a called shot to the head, and it's a minus 2 to hit the head,
Yep.
which is an even roll for you.
Yep.
And we looked up this before, and I don't remember. What was the deal with that? There actually was a deal with that. But go ahead and roll.
Actually, do I want to take my chances on more? Yeah, I'll do. Run up and bonk. Does an 11 hit?
Yes.
So, since it's
Okay.
MDC and I'm pulling, does that just assume that I'm gonna knock him out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the way it works is it's page 104 for those following along at home. What it means is that you're going to
Hey. Sorry, not you.
you're going to it's going to work like normal wounds, right? Except they're non-lethal, and so when you do a sufficient amount of wounds, he's incapacitated for D6
Okay.
hours.
Okay. So then I need to keep rolling till you tell me to stop.
Yes.
Okay. So
So just go ahead and roll. We know this is SDC, so you've wounded him. So he's shaken, he's wounded. You've hit him a second time.
So there's
You've wounded with a raise, and you've knocked him out, and he is going to be out for an indeterminate amount of time.
okay. So at that point, I will pick him up over my shoulder.
He drops a device on the ground.
Ooh. What does that doozy teach?
Hyper grenade. It's a hyper grenade.
What is
Is
it?
it serious? Wait.
I got you. Before you go, do you want to look at the thing he dropped also?
Sure.
Okay. All right. I understand. Take care of what you need to.
No. I'll wait until we describe the device he's holding onto.
Oh,
Or is it dropped?
do you hand the thing he dropped to Z-Teach?
Oh, if he
Well,
dropped it, it's on the ground.
I'm like really close.
Yeah, he's right
I'll
there.
Yeah. It's a, you recognize it. You actually helped with that project. It's just a comm system for people who are doing undercover things.
Okay.
It's a DoD communicator.
I'll pass that information. I think he is a spy.
Yep.
Or was a spy. Definitely.
And we'll I'll tie him up, sling him over my shoulder. And,
He's bleeding.
Okay, I'll treat his wounds.
He has an arrow in his back.
Oh, well.
Whoops.
Try and fix that. Are we gonna call it here?
Yeah, it's
Sure.
pretty late.
Sure. This guy's no different from the other guys you found.
Yeah, is his armor not cracked? Because if it is, we'll give it to Z-Teach. Because we already know he can fit in it.
Well, you put 2 wounds on him, and Sveta came up and smashed a hammer and knocked him through the bush. And yeah, the armor's kind of messed up, but I mean, it's probably fixable.
Okay. Well, we'll have him put it on, not the mask, but, we'll have him put the rest of it on. If it can be fixed, it can be fixed, but at least he'll not be in a DOD outfit at that point.
Well, I could argue that point.
Yeah, but I mean, not one with pins and badges saying, I'm a bigwig, something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we'll do that, and then I'll have Sveta pick up the body, and the intent is to walk into the assembly and deposit both of them on the stage.
Right. Now, mind you, You've got about an hour of lunch left.
That's, well, okay, so we'll find wherever the medic is to get the air out of his back.
Okay.
And then once everything is readjourned, we will redeposit him on stage.
Okay.
The two of them on stage,
All right.
and we'll say about how we saw him give a cred stick to what's his face and explain that he is a spy of the DOJ. I will, yeah, and that's the plan. That's what we will do next session.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Sounds great.
Thanks everybody for watching. As always, if you'd like to support us on Bigo Live, you can send us some love, just like Nicholas Bartley and Shago did, and Jihad Gia. Thank you for doing that. True Unique. Thank you for all the love. You can become a fan. On YouNow, you can become a fan like Ignacio Leonel Aguirre did, and you can send likes. Thank you for the likes. You're a rock star. On Twitch, you can click the follow button, and if you have the means and ability to do so, click that support us button, and you'll become one of our rock stars. On YouTube, click the like, subscribe, and of course the bell icon to be notified whenever we upload new content, which is almost every single day of the week, Monday through Friday. Last but not least, you can head to our Patreon page at patreon.com/gamersledge, where you can get your name on every single show we do for as little as $1 a month. Also, don't forget to check out our new merch in the store. That's at bit.ly/gamersledge merch, all one word. And thank you to our Patreon and Twitch producers, which are scrolling up the screen right now. For Daniel, Chris, John, and myself, thanks for watching. Until next time, game on.
Game on.